Good evening, everyone. We're going to call this meeting, the specially called meeting of the Washington County Quorum Court, to order. I appreciate seeing everyone here, appreciate the justices being here, and with that, if you'll join me, we're going to start with prayer and pledge. If you'll bow with me. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight, ask that you open our hearts and our ears. Let us do the efficient and right business of the people. Please be with us as we travel to and fro. These things we ask in Jesus' name, we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. A few comments before we start this evening. This is a specially called meeting. I believe that these two issues were of great public concern, and we wanted to give them the most focus we could as we debate and make these decisions. I am Patrick Deakins. I serve as the Washington County Judge. For the people assembled here tonight, what I want you to know is that me and Counselor Lester serves as the county attorney. We're here in service to the Quorum Court this evening on these matters. Per our ordinances and per state law, only the Quorum Court can decide matters of land use and zoning. And so we come here tonight and assemble to try to give these ladies and gentlemen the highest and best information that we can in the moment so that they can make a very consequential determinations for the entirety of Washington County. For those of you, I also want to remind you, I'm only here to conduct the meeting and try to keep order. As many of you have reached out to me and I've responded, I have no vote on this panel. I have no position on any of these matters. In fact, I consider it the highest conduct of the county judge to stay independent of such matters, because whatever the Quorum Court decides this evening will be up to my office and or the county attorney's office and our planning departments to administer and enforce what the Quorum Court has decided. So with that, and as many of you have responded, I've said I appreciate your comments, I appreciate your observations. Please continue to pass your comments to the Quorum Court so that they can decide these matters. With that, just a few ground rules this evening. Let's please try to keep order. We want to try to keep these conducts formal so that the Quorum Court can devour this information in the most efficient way possible. Please do not have outbursts of clapping or noises tonight so that these people can hear everything that's being presented. Also tonight, we know that every one of you here has impassioned opinions about this, no matter what side of the issue you are on. We want to hear from all of you tonight. My goal and my heart is to hear from all of you. But I would also ask for the matters of efficiency. If you've heard stipulations brought up more than once, please consider that in front of the Quorum Court. We want to hear unique observations and or consequences of these decisions. So with that, we're going to move forward. I will move the Quorum Court to the adoption of the agenda. Counselor can go into it more, but we have a request this evening. Counselor?
Yeah, I sent an email out this afternoon after I got a phone call in regards to the O'Brien Ready Mix. The engineer and the person that has the technical data to answer your questions has the flu and is not able to attend tonight. I know that representatives for both the appellants, Mr. Zaga and Mr. Scott, for the applicant, are both were aware and have had some discussion about this. I informed them that that was a decision that the Quorum Court would have to make to move this, because once it's set, it's set. And so the next available time we have to hear an appeal, I believe, is on January the 8th. There's an appeal that'll be heard that night. We can add to that. And so if it's the pleasure of the court, that would be an appropriate place to table that matter to.
Justice Koger?
Thank you, Judge. The conditional use permit has been noticed and scheduled in accordance with the ordinance. Residents arrange time to be here, and in some cases arrange childcare to be here. We're here. The applicant has notice, an opportunity to be heard, and may present evidence tonight. Due process does not require the presence of any particular consultant. The absence of a consultant does not invalidate the process or require delay. The public has complied with notice requirements and has shown up in good faith. The applicant operates multiple concrete facilities and should be able to address operational issue questions such as hours of operation, traffic patterns, truck frequency, dust mitigation, noise, and site management. All things that the court must consider when evaluating the CUP. I think continuing the hearing would unfairly disadvantage nearby property owners and set a precedent that hearings can be postponed whenever an applicant's representative is unavailable. The record can proceed this evening, and the court can evaluate the application based on the evidence presented tonight and what is already in the application itself. And many of us have already been to view the property and familiar with it. Thank you very much.
You didn't have a motion or anything.
Sorry. My motion is that we proceed to not continue it.
Well, we wouldn't need a motion to do that. Justice Hires?
Thank you, Judge. I guess I have a procedural question more than anything for the county attorney. We have about over 100 people, I think, that came tonight from the Prairie Grove area. I know they all want to be heard. What I'm curious about is if we postpone this, does that just end tonight for them? Or is there a way that we can allow them to come in, speak to us, and then perhaps like if we were going to leave it on a first reading, give the engineering group time to come back at the next meeting?
My advice would be that you would remove the entirety, move the entire process. If this were a matter that was set in front of a circuit judge here in Washington County and I got sick as the attorney and had the flu and couldn't make it to a hearing, the court would move the entire proceeding. They wouldn't bifurcate that and hear part of it. What my concern here, if you listen to one side now and another side later, when we get to the issue, if that's appealed, of whether or not the quorum court acted in a manner that was arbitrary and capricious, I would say certainly if you only listened to one side and made a decision, absolutely. And so if you bifurcate that, you could run into some issues. So my advice, you certainly can do as you choose and as you wish. My advice would be just to move the entire proceeding so that it can all be heard at one time.
Justice Rios Stafford?
Thank you, Judge. About 2 weeks ago, I met with several neighbors. Two of them have properties that immediately adjoin the property in question, and neither one of those families could be here tonight because of the timing of this being so close to Christmas. Both of them are traveling. So with that in mind and keeping those families in mind who are most impacted by our decision, I would like to postpone items 9, 10, and 11 to the January 8th meeting.
I have a motion to postpone items 9, 10, and 11 to the January 8th meeting by Justice Rios Stafford. I believe I heard second by Justice Lyons. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
I call a division at the assembly.
Mr. Allen, will you please call a roll on that? I have a motion to postpone items 9, 10, and 11 to the January 8th meeting. Motion by Justice Rios Stafford, second by Justice Lyons. Mr. Allen, please call a roll. A yes will postpone, a no will keep it this evening.
Justice Heckey? Yes. Justice Washington? Yes. Justice Koger? No. Justice Dennis? No. Justice Hires? Yes. Justice Rios Stafford? Yes. Justice Lemming? No. Justice Pond? No. Justice Bruns? No. Justice Wilson? Yes. Justice Massengill? No. Justice Rivera Lopez? No. Justice Lyons? Yes.
That motion fails. Next step will be the adoption of the agenda. Does anyone have a motion to adopt the agenda? I have a motion to adopt the agenda by Justice Koger, second by Justice Rivera Lopez. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? The agenda has been adopted. Any preliminary motions this evening? Justice Ecke?
Thank you, Judge. I'd like to make a motion that the titles be read by title only. The
I have a
proposed
motion.
ordinances be read by title only.
I have a motion to read ordinances and resolutions by title only by Justice Ecke. Do I have a second? Second by Justice Washington. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Ordinances and resolutions will be read by title only. Justice Dennis?
I'd like to make a motion, and part of it's common sense, and so bear with me, but we're going to have a very short meeting concerning the Prairie Grove concrete plant, and so I would like to see us allow the folks from Prairie Grove to speak during citizens' comment and extend it from 15 minutes to 30 minutes.
Justice Dennis, the Prairie Grove concrete plant's still on the agenda. You realize that, correct?
Yes. But
And so you
for
want-
tonight?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I withdraw it.
The public is free, the public will be free to make public comments without the motion, but if you'd still like a motion,
No, I'll just withdraw
okay.
my motion.
Let's move on. Next up is a citizens' comment period. We have Justice Wilson?
I apologize that I came in late on my request here, but could we, for the sake of comfort for those who are here tonight, after the citizens' comments, we're going to be spending some time on this in order to do it proper justice. It's going to take a while to work through one of the CUP requests before we get to the other. And based upon that, do we want to make it possible for those who are here for the hearing about the concrete cup, if they want to dismiss themselves, go outside, take a walk, make a phone call, sit in their car for a few minutes or whatever? We got a lot of people standing. If
Justice-
someone wants to leave and you know, this takes 25, 30 minutes sometimes to work through.
The only rebuttal I have is how do I ensure that these fine people come back in time? And I don't want to take responsibility for that.
I wouldn't say anybody has to leave, but there's some people standing, and the matter of interest to them, we're not going to get to it for quite a while.
I think we have some very tough business in front of us tonight that's going to take some time, probably discomfort some people. We've probably already ruined your evenings, Justice Wilson.
Yes.
I think we should probably stick to the agenda and our normal procedures if you
Well, I
don't
wasn't
mind,
wanting
sir.
to change the agenda, but just to give them the opportunity if they choose to. And
Right.
come
I would
back.
like to stay to a formal agenda, considering that this might very well end up in the court of law.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now's the time for citizen comments period. I will assure everyone that no matter what action the quorum court takes tonight, there will be another opportunity when they take up whatever ordinance before they pass it. This is the general public comments period at the front of the meeting. It's a 15-minute public comment period with a limit of 3 minutes per individual. If you'd like to speak now, please come forward. Good evening, sir. If you'll punch that button on the bottom right of that microphone, I believe it'll cue it and I'll get it going. If you will, just introduce yourself by your name and where you live, sir.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Mark Winston, and I live in Centerton, Arkansas, in Benton County. Former resident of Washington County, former Arkansas Razorback, and good friend of Mr. Gully, who has an agenda item tonight. And I hope this is the right time. This is my first time in a meeting in a long time since I was living here. But I just want to take a time to thank the community for listening, because I wanted to share some thoughts on Gully Ranch. As I said, I have a son named Jaden. Jaden's autistic. We've been able to spend some time at Gully Ranch. My son he has Asperger's. He's level 1, high functioning. But one thing about my son, he loves animals. He loves outdoors. He thrives in outdoors. He thrives in structure. He thrives in open space. And the one thing that Gully Ranch and Mr. Gully has afforded my son is the opportunity to visit his space, his land, participate in training the horses, being around the horses. He's given my son an opportunity to express himself and be of this community, but more than anything, he's given him a safe place to go, a safe space to thrive, a safe space to be himself. He's opened up his land, his heart, to me and my family. And we can't thank him enough for the opportunity he's given us to explore and take part in just that little moment on a weekend, on a Thursday night, on a Sunday morning, on a Saturday afternoon, to come out and be in God's country. And we want to just take the time on behalf of my son, my family. I just wanted to say, I hope you take a real consideration in not just the opinions, the misinformation, or the thoughts of what some may have, but look at the entire picture of what this opportunity gives to the entire community, no matter what demographic or background that community comes from, no matter what type of interest, what type of agenda that community has. This is an opportunity to give back, and I want to thank Mr. Gully for the opportunity to give back to the community he was raised in, the community he represented, the community he put on his chest and represented across this country as he went as a Arkansas Razorback to represent this city, this town, this state, all those good things. And now he's giving back the best way he knows how. He's giving of himself. He's giving of his land. He's giving of his own interest and investment so that myself, people like me, my son, people like him, have a place to go to feel safe, warranted, and explore opportunities that they may not get anyplace else. There's nothing like this where we live. There's nothing like this within miles of us. So we drive the 51-hour-long drive down to his property to make sure that my son has an opportunity to explore and experience something that he may not get to explore anywhere else. So I'll give my time. Hope you take that consideration. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Public comments.
Good afternoon. Kenneth Lovett, Fayetteville, Arkansas. This time is for speaking your mind so you can listen. So, as for Washington County, Arkansas, the lead person for the planning department is Sam Adda. The planning director, while the planning boards include members like Marla Pearson overseeing development and the county judge appointing board members. Our problem has been stated before. Debacle. What is meant by a debacle? A debacle is a sudden, complete, and often humiliating failure, collapse, or disaster like a poorly planned event falling apart or a political campaign ending a rout. Complete failure, the most common usage referring to any project, event, or attempt to fail utterly. Our judge in the past has made some interesting changes in the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has a duty to the people that buy this land to tell them what it's zoned as before they get very far into this. Just because they buy the land don't mean it's ready to be used for what they're intending. So once we fix the problem with the county, then we should be able to take care of a lot of these debacles that occur in this place. There's 5 members here that I'd like to call out. I'm not going to, but y'all know who you are. And Mr. Adda, the lawyer come over and spoke to you one time because you wouldn't handle yourself properly in one of your meetings recently.
Mr. Lovett, you're supposed to give your comments to the chair, sir.
And you
at this
also
meeting.
don't handle yourself properly.
I
So thank
appreciate
you.
that. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Public comments.
I'm Dick Johnson.
I was going to ask,
Just a second, Mr. Johnson. We have a point of order up here.
I would just like to ask if we can ask you, if we can ask the people to line up and get in line so that might move a little faster, and, instead of coming from the back of the room and everything. Thank you.
That's a great suggestion, Justice Coker. If you'd like to speak tonight, we do have a little bit of space here in the middle here. If you'd like to speak during this time, we'd like to have an indication of that. Excuse us, Mr. Johnson. You can continue. Sorry about that, sir. Oh, wait. Turn the microphone back on. There you go.
I'm good. I'm Dick Johnson, 13650 Pin Oak Road, Fayetteville, for 50-some-odd years. I've spoken to most of you a lot of times about different things. I'm not going to give you much substance tonight. I'm going to talk about character. Fred Gully, my friend, is a part of the Gully family that my family, the Johnson family, has known for 3 generations. I want to tell you about the Gully family. They're smart people. They're dedicated people. And they do what they say they're going to do. They can take no for an answer, but they ask for why that is. One of the things that I learned from dealing with a lot of situations for 18 years at Fayetteville High School was dealing with conflict. And I learned one valuable lesson. You can deal with the substance of a conflict without dealing with the emotion of the conflict. Sometimes people can look at the substance of a conflict and work out those differences among reasonable people. I believe the people on this Quorum Court, and I know a lot of you, are very reasonable people. And I know for a fact that the Gully family is dignified and reasonable, and their goal is only good. I promise you, there's no negative you're going to find anywhere down there. You might disagree in the process, but their goal is all good. I wanted to tell you, for whatever, I don't know, if you knew me as a coach, you're probably not going to take my advice, but as an athletic director and member of this community for 50 years, I hope you will. Please listen carefully to what's being said. Listen for the things we can work together on and try to resolve this in a way that we can all move forward. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Public comments.
Hello all, my name is Dara Gaines, PhD. I am a professor at the University of Arkansas and a lifelong Arkansan. I went to undergrad here at the University of Arkansas, and I currently live here in Fayetteville as I work at the university in the political science department. I'm here to speak in support of the Gully Ranch. I think this is a fantastic opportunity for Fayetteville to provide a space for all types of folks. This is a space for those kids, like the gentleman was speaking about before. One of my best friends has a son who has autism, and his goal, his dream in life is to be a man that works with ranch animals. He wants to work with horses. He wants to work with cattle. This is an opportunity for him. This is an opportunity for people to be able to express themselves in a space in nature. I'm from Southwest Arkansas originally, so if anybody knows about the state of Arkansas and the geography, I'm a very country girl. Like Southwest Arkansas, you don't really have much but the woods and the horses and things to bide your time. So having a space like that up here would mean so much to someone like me who does appreciate an authentic nature experience. As someone who was here, left, and came back, I see that it's changing. This area is developing very quickly. Some might say too quickly, right? And while we are talking about a development, we are not talking about a space that is going to take away from the natural beauty of Washington County, from the natural beauty of the space. This is actually a space that is going to preserve it and make sure that people appreciate it and respect it. So again, my name is Dara Gaines, and I am fully in support of Gully Ranch. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Fuller. I own 16 acres on Bobkid Lake, which is right next to the O'Brien proposed CUP. I am going to speak tonight as a representative of quite a few members of our community. I have prepared a PowerPoint presentation to give you video images, to provide scientific evidence, and I will address each of the 7 criteria required for approval of a CUP. My presentation is about 30 minutes, so I wanted to let you know that I would like the time to do that when we are discussing the O'Brien CUP. A lot of my neighbors have made a lot of effort to drive here tonight to be part of this process, and I thank you for being willing to hear our arguments against this CUP. But I just wanted to let you know that I would like to speak and speak longer.
Yep, that'll be up to the Quorum Court.
Okay,
Are you finished with your comments?
I think so.
Okay, we're gonna have another user up here. Public comments.
Hello, good evening. My name is Robert Riggins. My wife and I, Carrie Hildebrand, are the owners of 11514 Suncrest. It's just about, 10 or 15 feet from the property line of Vinewood Animal Clinic, just behind there. And also, I'm here representing my mother-in-law, Margaret Hildebrandt. Try to keep it short and sweet. First off, thanks a lot for being here and giving us your time, your effort. Second off, simply put, we still haven't even received any formal notification of any of this court process. I even called as soon as after our first meeting here. I called and spoke with Ms. Angela Wood, the county assessor, and made sure that my address and Carrie's address was proper, and that everybody knew that where we were. We still haven't received anything in notification. Second of all, I only mention this. I'm a disabled. I paid out 100% disabled veteran due to my service in Iraq after 9/11. Born and raised here in Arkansas. Even gone out, tried to find a better place to suit my mental health. Bought a place in Colorado, sold it, and happily moved back to Northwest Arkansas. This was my family. Went to college here, went to school here, was born Old Washington Regional. This is where we wanted to be. Many times, my extended family's from Washington. They always aspire to be out there, but we chose to find a peaceful, tranquil spot outside of the city limits, where, in a rural environment where we felt aligned with our community. It felt aligned with the peace and everything that was going on. We have a little sailboat. We wanted to sell in the area until I found out where we could put it in Budkit. But anyway, either way, the point is it will directly negatively affect my mental health, our quality of life, as well as our property. Furthermore, in speaking in regards to our community, I've spoke with 10 or 15 folks. Just took my bike out one day, and I did not speak to one person in our local little area that was for this. And the conditional use permit that was passed, it was all about compatibility. And I don't know, I think y'all see that it's just simply not compatible to that area. Don't want to talk your ears off. My last point is we really had big dreams for our property. We just celebrated 2 years of being there. Our mother-in-law, she's about to retire from Walmart after 30 or something years of working there, and she's unfortunately suffers from medical issues that would negatively be affected by this. And she bought the property just down the hill from us. It's all of our dreams to have our parents in the spot right next to us, so we could help take care of them. They help take care of us, to be a happy family. This cannot proceed if the O'Brien Ready Mix was put there.
Sir, that's your time.
Hurrah.
Public comments.
Thank y'all so much. Appreciate you.
Public comments. Yes.
I think we're close to running out of the 15 minutes. I move that we add 6 minutes. I believe there's 2 people left, so 6 minutes.
I have a motion to add 6 minutes to public comments by Justice Lyons, second by Justice Rivera Lopez. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Jenny Sparkman. My husband and I live at 10979 Bobkid Lake Road. Similar to what the fellow said before, my husband has had lung cancer. He is also a veteran, disabled. And if the plan is built where it is proposed at this point, we will have no option but to sell our home. This is a home that we plan to stay in all of our lives. So for us personally, as well as our very next door neighbor is in the very same situation. We cannot live that close to the dust and particles and his health not be negatively affected, and we're not willing to do that. There are people in even worse situations than us, but for us, that is our personal thing. There's also all the other, concerns that I guess our representative is gonna address, but personally, I just wanted to share that with the court, that we don't want to give up our home and we would have to. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments.
Hello, my name is Ashley Lester. I live at 16239 Bill Campbell. It's about 500 feet from the proposed plant. I mainly wanted to thank a few of the JPs who physically came out and saw the property. Beth, thank you. It was really nice to meet you. Stafford, Dennis, Hires, Pond, really appreciate it. I think you guys being out there, you'll be able to physically see the rural character, the agricultural single-family zoning, the extremely light commercial type of residency that it is. I got to actually see the Gentry plant. I went and visited it at night because I really wanted to see how bad was it. It's pretty bad. It's really tall. It's extremely bright, and it's just an absolute eyesore. I don't want to live next to this, and I really hope you guys listen to the rest of the residents who live right next to it as well. They don't really want it here. So thank you.
Thank you. Public comments.
Yeah, my name is Shelley Settles. I don't live in Washington County, but I do have family and friends that are involved with the Gully Ranch project. And I will just ask that when we go out to their house, the beauty of the country out there. I currently live in Bentonville, in town, and you guys know what Bentonville in town looks like. And it's getting worse or better, whichever side of the road you want to be on there. But I just ask that everyone take a look at the beautiful country that is out there. If alcohol is going to be served, we all know we have a high rate of DWIs and alcoholism in the state. And with that being a contribution to that, it's just going to increase those numbers, possibly take people's lives, which I don't want, and I don't want anyone else to be involved in that. So, not in support of Gully. Just please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Public comments. We've got 3 minutes left.
Good evening. My name is Tim Smith. I live at 17851 Downing Road in the unincorporated portion of Washington County, just south of Elkins. My opinion is that a man ought to be able to do with his property that which he chooses to do. If he wishes to plant trees, he should plant trees. If he wants to plant petunias, he should plant petunias. If he wants to dance naked in the moonlight, he should dance naked in the moonlight. But he should not impinge upon the rights or the comfort of his neighbors or the community. And my opinion is that Gully Ranch is going to be a drain on the resources of the community. The infrastructure is incompatible with an event center. And if it was confined to a relatively minor development, I don't think there would be the abject reluctance to accept this kind of development into our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are you waiting for public comments? Were you lined up a while ago? Let's hurry. Let's come on. We've got, we ended it. We got 2 minutes. Got to be quick.
My name is Ty Chambers. I'm a new resident here in Washington County. I live in Prairie Grove. And I am opposed to the cement thing. I've seen them. They're ugly. We have beautiful country out there. I don't see that the highway would support it. There's many churches and families and recreational things that are all right there, that the dust and the traffic just would be detrimental to all of those people that are involved there. And I just want you to know I'm very much opposed to destroying the beauty of our little community that we have down there. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we're going to move on with the agenda. We will have more time for public comments as we take up these issues. And with that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Councilor Lester for just a second to review our process here, to refresh us a little bit on how we're going to move forward. Councilor Lester?
So I got an inquiry today from JP Coger, and I think I sent a response to all of you regarding the process. We hear these typically similarly to how they're heard by the planning board. And so what will happen is Mr. Addo will present from the county side. He'll give you all the details about the project and let you know the things that he typically lets you know. After that, we will have a 30-minute presentation available to the applicant to present their project to you and answer any questions they have, and then 30 minutes from the neighbors or those that oppose. Certainly, the Quorum Court can extend those times if they feel necessary and feel like there's extra time needed, but that's typically how we've done this for years, I would say. Also want to point out to you, I provided all of you with a piece of paper, double-sided, page 67 and 68 of the new code that you passed. It's Section I, criteria for allowances of conditional uses. If you'll look, A through G are the 7 criteria that you shall consider in your decision either to approve or deny a conditional use permit. I would ask that when you speak before you're voting, that you, it would be helpful. I anticipate whatever happens today being appealed to a circuit court, and so it'll be helpful for the county and for our defense of the quorum court and your actions if you would articulate your reasons for your vote based on these 7 criteria. And then I can answer any questions if you have any.
We've already had a request this evening. I reviewed this multiple times with Counselor. I believe by ordinance, we have 30 minutes limited by 3 minutes per person. That's the rules that I'm here to enforce. If you would like to extend that and change the rules for any representatives and give them additional time, the only concern about that is we've had issues with that in the past. That will be up to the quorum court to do. I've received complaints before about allowing all the time to one individual, later coming back and biting the county about there was not somebody who had the opportunity to talk. So I will leave those discernments to you, ladies and gentlemen. With that, are we ready for the first project? Dr. Atta?
Good evening, everyone. So the Gully Ranch LLC conditional use permit. The planning board approved the Gully Ranch LLC CUP on June 5th. 6 members voted yes, 1 member was absent. This project in District 14 for Mr. Gary Ricker. An appeal was filed with the Circuit Clerk's Office on July 2nd, file number 2025-11 by Mr. Jacob White, the project neighbor, to overturn the planning board CUP approval. The decision that was taken on June 5th. The appeal states the following: incompatible with the quiet rural residential character, increased traffic, seems unsuitable for 2-lane country road. Nighttime lighting and events will disturb peaceful residential environment. Concerns with environmental impacts to the rural surrounding and decreased property value. So this is basically a snapshot of the vicinity map of the project where it's located, and this is a zoom in of the property itself, and this is the neighbor map. Bear with me, sometimes we interchangeably use neighbor citizens and public. I mean, to us, the neighbor notification is what we have in our ordinances, but the planning board sometimes use citizens and public comments and stuff like that, so they are used interchangeably. So. The CUP notification pursuant to the former Washington County Zoning Code of Ordinances 2026-66, the planning staff sent out 13 notifications by certified letter to adjacent properties within 300 feet, at least 14 days prior to the scheduled planning board meeting, where the request is to be reviewed. Planning staff, up to the planning board meeting date, received 31 public comments in favor of the project and 35 public complaints in opposition. The CUP appeal notification pursuant to the new current Washington County Planning and Zoning Ordinance 2025-044, the appellant sent out 13 notification by regular mail to adjacent properties within 300 feet at least 20 days before the scheduled quorum court hearing. So that's a snapshot from the project itself, and the applicant is here, the engineer is here, the surveying team is here. They can go into depth and details with the technical aspect of the project. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to construct and operate 3,375 square foot. It's 50 by 58 event center. In addition to 1 residence, it's going to be the primary residence for the applicant, and 5 rental cabins, which are intended to serve the event center visitors and as short-term Airbnb rental properties. The combined property is about 70 plus less, a little bit 69.28 acres. The developments land disturbing activity will be using about like 10 acres, 5 acres for the project disturbed land, plus 5 acres for the detention pond. The proposed center will include a gravel driveway and sidewalks, 116 gravel parking stalls, a septic system, existing natural vegetation and native canopy, a monumental illuminated sign by property entrance, and 3 detention ponds. A large-scale development was granted, contingent upon the approval and ratification of this CUP request, which must be approved and ratified prior to the construction. This is a snapshot of the detention pond and driveway as engineered to remedy natural water runoff to minimize land erosion. And as I said, the engineer and surveyor are here, they can elaborate if you have any questions. This is a rendering picture of the small cabins and the event center that is designed by the architect. The proposed development will have events scheduled by appointment that would operate Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. and Friday through Sunday from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. with events scheduled during the evening hours as needed. Each event can host up to approximately 300 guests, including clients, with an estimated maximum of 116 vehicles per event. The center will be served by 3 to 8 staff members based on the event size and date. Employee will not be available. They're not going to be there daily per event. So we had our staff received lots of complaints about the road. So we checked with the road department at the time. So and that's exactly what the road looks supposed to look like by the time that's being finished. So the road has been serviced and fog sealed recently. The entire road will be surfaced entirely by the end of the paving season, September 2025, and I believe it was completed as I was told. The road shoulder have been reestablished for safety purposes. Road is about 22 foot wide. The entire road has reflective center line and fog lines on both sides, and the entire road center line will contain square reflectives each 40 feet. And also, we received our staff received lots of complaints about accidents and unsafe conditions of the road. So we checked with the Washington County Sheriff's Office to request some data about what they have from between 2024 and 2025, and that's exactly what we received from them. The dots shows where the accident that happened and took place, and the red square in the center of each image shows where the location of the event proposed event center and the property itself. And we have a list of planning conditions. The one highlighted in blue are basically operations, hours of operations, the facility and who's going to be using them, and the rental cabins usage, and the outdoor activity, the noise, and so on and so forth, and the alcohol beverage usage. It has to be approved, and they have to have someone certified to be able to serve it. And since there is no functioning kitchen, the only thing they can have either catering or just warming kitchen. If you have any questions.
Questions for Dr. Atta? Justice Lyons?
Thank you, Judge. Excuse me, Dr. Atta, did the Sheriff's Department provide any information about the cause of those accidents?
I don't believe we got everything. We just received a giant map, and I had to crop this. But none of them were life-threatening accidents, to my knowledge. But I can always go and ask in depth and ask for a breakdown for all of them if it's needed.
Thank you.
And once again, the reason we've done this because we got lots of feedback. So,
Justice Hires?
Thank you, Judge. I have a couple of questions
Yes, ma'am.
that I wanted to ask. So the Airbnbs, if the event barn wasn't happening, right? If it was just the Airbnbs, would the applicant still need a conditional use permit?
No, ma'am. Airbnb, remember, our code states everything in the county is zoned as agricultural use or single-family residence, 1 house per acre. So as long as the use is still residential, it's hard sometimes to know if you are renting someone or not, or who lives in your house. But no, we don't require it because it's hard to quantify. I know other cities, they do that because it's like a finite like region and they know exactly where they can spot them. Keep in mind, the county doesn't have aggressive planning that goes, or like zoning that can says like you can have this, you cannot, or where. We don't invite applicants to go and like pick a place to go and do any sort of projects. We just process whatever like the applicants come to us and says like, well, I have this property, I have this idea, how we can take this to the planning board. Yep.
Okay,
So
yeah.
to answer your questions, no.
Yeah, okay. And so, so you said the property is about 69 acres? Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct? So does that mean that Mr. Gully could put 69 Airbnbs on his property?
It wouldn't be like highly recommended because like you have to go through like the septic approval. So once again, like you can theoretically do that, but it's also like has to be approved by like multiple like organization. One of them, the state. Can you meet like the fire code as well? So like crowded like places, 69 of them like in a small place without like any organized septic system, that would be like dangerous. But technically, yes.
Technically, yes, okay. And then, so the other questions I kind of had, one of the things that I have seen frequently online is some complaints by the neighbors that Mr. Gully's Airbnbs are going to be right in the backyard. But when I went out there, it seemed like there was quite a big elevation difference between the two properties. Can you talk about that?
I will leave this like to the surveyors, like because I've been to the place like once, and it was like yeah, I've been there like once and did not go in depth like into the property because it's big and I did not want to get lost. But I will leave this to the surveying team that like they flew the drone and they went there like multiple times to be able like to get that data.
Okay, yeah, I think those are the only questions I have right now. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Justice Vladimir Lopez, or Rivera Lopez? Justice Vladimir Rivera Lopez. I'm sorry, guys. I had a great weekend.
Thank you, Judge. Director Ada, do we have an idea of what the through traffic looks like on that road currently?
I mean, like traffic counts. We didn't do traffic count unless if it's been requested.
Gotcha.
And I believe like the road department was supposed to do that, but like since like there has been like lots of scheduling issue, like the weather did not like cooperate, and like they had to resurface all of this. They never had the chance to get to it. But no, to answer the question, like we as the planning, we don't have the capability to go and like do traffic, and for a county road, unless if it's like really necessary, that sort of thing is extremely expensive and extremely like lengthy. And I guess like there's maybe like two organizations and maybe one certified engineer in the state of Arkansas that they can go and do like a traffic count like with a study.
Understood. How many other residents had to be informed about this project moving forward?
Let me see what happened. Went to sleep, I guess. Normally, that's what we do. It's like 300. So I don't want to go into technicalities, but like the GIS system, normally we'll have, let's say like we have a square, which is that project. Let's go back here. And it's not like shaped correctly. So this is basically 3 lots. We go ahead and like we create a buffer for each one of them. And that buffer basically looks like a square, or like it buffers to the shape of the property itself. So if it's a square, it's gonna look semi-square. We do like for each one of them individually, we collect all the data that intersects with that like line, and then we collect all the data of like the neighbor's information. We cross this with the assessor's office database. We're all connected to the same database. So if they update anything, they will update that like the next day. And so bear in mind, let's say like this was done in October or like in June. If you purchase the property or split that property, this information is not going to be up to date because that's already been static. But that's what we do. And for visualization, we combine all those like lines to make it looks like that orange, because it's easier on the eye than seeing like 3 or 4 of them. Yeah, but all this data comes from the intersection of the buffer, 300 buffer for each lot separately, and then be combined in that system. We export like the report, and we export all of the data that's been crossed with the assessor's office, and we'll notify. For this one, for instance, for this project, 13 notifications were sent out.
Gotcha. Okay, and that makes sense, and
Yeah.
What I understand is that, so that buffer is 300 foot from the property line of any of the adjacent properties?
Yes.
And should they intersect, then you will
Yeah, and
inform
it's
them?
not all of them will be intersecting, like, it depends on the other shape of that, like, lot. You might be close, but it does not intersect with it because it, like, ends somewhere else.
Gotcha,
Yep.
gotcha, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Atta.
Absolutely, thank you.
Justice Dennis?
Thank you, Judge. My question is, how far from the neighbor's property are the cabins? They seemed extremely close to me. And along with that, what is the county requirement?
There is no requirement. There is only building setbacks. So the setbacks for like any property is 25 from the road, parallel to the road, 25 from the back, which is the opposite side of that road, and 10 feet from each side. So technically, according to our ordinances, you can build like 10 feet away from like any property line and you should be good.
Okay.
But I will leave this also to the surveyors and the engineers because like they've been there like multiple times and they know exactly where.
Another question.
Yes, sir.
What about decibels? Do we regulate how loud, how?
No, we
say
don't
it
have
like
this.
it is.
Yeah,
How
we
loud
don't
do
have
we
this
need
in
it
our
to
like
be?
code. We don't have like the sound. We don't have like a noise ordinance or sound ordinance in our like county, I believe. Like,
All right. Along with that, is there a time that we put down that they have to close?
we always use like the common sense that everyone is using, like nothing beyond 10 p.m. until like 7 a.m., which is just like the quiet hours. Yeah.
Okay. That's some of the questions I had.
Yep. And we also like basically, if the applicant comes to us and said like, hey, I want to do this like from 12 to 12, we let him know. I don't think this is going to be reasonable, so like we just like stick to those hours.
I did think of one other that I was going to ask.
No worries.
I keep hearing about the small road. How wide is the road going to be when it's finished that goes from the highway to the cabins and the?
Oh, from the itself. Okay, the road itself. This one here. I don't have the. I might have the survey for a second. I know the width of that like chute to get to the property is 40 foot. The paved road, like the gravel road, is like 20. So basically, that like chute, like from the beginning of the entrance of the property to get to that like property, it's like twice the width of the road itself. I guess I have a survey here.
So is that 40 for part of it and 20 for the?
I will show you. So just a second. And once again, like the engineer and the surveyors can like speak to this one. So this is the main. This is like the black oak, if you can see that. This width that's blue shoot from the beginning to get to here, that is 40 foot wide. If you zoom in and you see that like gravel road that they're going to be using to drive over, it's 20. So that's as wide as like the main road out here. 30 as the setbacks and like the utility access easement like by code. So they have like 5 from each side, like wider than the required by code.
Okay. While I'm on the road, on the parking lot's gravel?
It's going to be, let's go back here. I believe mostly it's going to be gravelled. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I don't think there is anything that's going to be like paved on that like lot.
Well, that's interesting. I think we need to update our expectations because my example for my wedding chapel, if I want to have a reception, I have to have hard surface.
Yep.
So
your wedding chapel like is in the city. In the city, they
Yes.
have like
Well, that's
different
what I was
requirements.
gonna
So like,
add
the
that.
county has like requirement. It has to be minimum like compacted to 75,000 pound all weather, so it can like absorb like all the shock from like fire department, and that's like per like the fire department like code is. We did not make this up. And any fire like any fire marshal you go and talk to, they will says like, yeah, that's the minimum 75, so that that fire truck doesn't like get stuck. But also like the more you have impervious the more land, the more like you like concrete or like asphalt, the more you have like water runoff. And that is like detrimental like to maybe like the same property itself, not this one, just in general, and to the like neighboring property. And that will like force you as developer to go ahead and do like a large scale and like expand on your like detention pond. So most of those like mom and pop like projects, they don't require that complication of like surface. However, the ADA requirement like parking, because it's an ADA like federal requirement. We have 5 of them, and they should be like concrete or asphalt, but mostly concrete, and the slope should be like a maximum of 2%, and that's basically standard. And the width of those like parking lots is just like across the board. It's standard. It's like industry standard. I believe it's like 9 by 6 or by 8. I can't remember.
Well, I guess what concerns me, I mean, I know the cities are in the county, and they're regulated by the cities, but it seems like if the standard is pavement one place, it should be pavement another place.
Well,
In the
you can
county.
always change the code, and like we're happy to enforce it.
Okay, all right. Well, I think that's something to work on, because you build something today and it lasts for 50 years.
Yep.
And it's never brought up to date.
And remember, this is a conditional use permit, so like the use runs with the land. So in case of this, like for instance, did not like work fine, you don't assume the guy like coming after that is gonna buy like this entire like 70 acres and keep it as a wedding venue. He might change his mind. So ripping off like a concrete pavement, it's gonna be a like hard job compared like to just repaving or just like moving dirt or like moving gravel. So that's what we're trying to preserve as much as possible. But yeah, we can always like have concrete and like asphalt everywhere like Walmart.
Well, the return on the investment is almost impossible to make.
Well, that's up to the
And
investor.
so that's why it's not done.
Yep.
That's why I didn't add a reception hall, because, you know, the return on investment's not there. And so, but what's good for the goose is also good for the gander, and we need to update some things.
Absolutely. Well, look, we're happy to work with you guys.
Thank you.
Justice Lemming?
Thank you, Judge. Okay, one question is about the alcohol. Is someone there going to get an alcohol license, or is that just going to be brought in when they have a wedding?
It's gonna be whenever like the event requires. I mean, if it's allowed, I'm not gonna say like, hey, each event like it's gonna require you like to have alcohol. But one of the conditions we put here, to be able like to, the property like owner and venue management must comply with the Alcohol Beverage Control Board. And most of the time, they require someone to be a professionally licensed bartender to be on the property selling. I don't think like in the state of Arkansas, they require them to be like bonded, but they have to be licensed. Otherwise, the venue itself will be like, they will like be messing with the government.
Okay. Another question that Robert was talking about, I'm totally against putting more asphalt and more stuff out there. That ground will absorb the water. We're in a big fight with the Illinois watershed and
Definitely.
Tyson and all that, and that's because these cities is covered with concrete and asphalt, and 90% of the water runs from these cities right down these rivers and these creeks. You know, they harp on the farmers doing this. It ain't the farmers. We're in a drought. We're not putting no water out, and Siloam's putting 600,000 gallons a day. Fayetteville's putting $600,000. I mean, that's where a problem is with their watershed. So I think we need to make it in our planning to absorb more water. There's ways to put asphalt down that absorbs water, and there's ways to do that. And I think we need to go that direction rather than say they're going to spend millions of dollars putting concrete down when it's harming us instead of helping us.
And yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure like almost everyone like knows this, like who sits on the court. So any development that exceeds 1 acre requires a large scale.
Right.
And part of the requirements in the large scale based on the discretion of the the engineers. They do like a coefficient analysis, and I don't want to like step on the engineers here, but like the coefficient analysis, they would see like what's n equals what out. If the out more like than the n, they have to design a retention pond that can absorb all of this to make it like the box system, n equals out. And so
Yeah, but I
it
think-
depends on it also depends on the lay of the land. So
I
the
think
more
they need to
concrete.
I think they need to work on that some more too, because all they do is create a mosquito's nest and land that you can't use, and it's not fair to the people that owns the property. We got a high school that's got it's a pigsty in the middle of it because of that big old pond that does no good. So
I
thank
mean,
you.
maintenance is a big deal, like, of like keeping anything.
Thank you.
So.
Justice Massengill?
Thank you, Director Ada. How many parking spots?
Parking?
Yeah, yeah. How many?
They're asking for 118.
118.
116, I'm sorry. Yeah, 116
160?
gravel parking spaces.
160.
And 5 of them is ADA compliant.
Okay. And then, where's the power coming from? Is there?
Oh, like
gotta be power brought in?
The utilities, like always, like that's one of the things we do during the phase of when we, so the planning starts like with the application. We create like all the information and submit this to the utilities and all the stakeholders. One of them is the utilities, like the biggest one is the utility and the health department. If the utility says like, hey, we cannot like provide electric, this is it, like that project dies. In the state of Arkansas, like you don't need to have like water service for that, like any project. You can always dig a well if you can. But they got approval from the health department, according to the staff report, they got approval from the electric, the water, and the health department for all of this.
Okay, so they have a utility easement already established?
Yes, every access in most of our project, depending on like where it's located, it's an access utility easement. And that's why like it's a minimum of 30 foot, so they can have at least 5 to 10 feet, so they can work. And for this case, I guess like it's on that side of the road, of that like entrance, and they already like I guess got approval and permitting for all of this.
Okay, so they're gonna go down that road to the overhead utility line?
I don't know if they have overhead utility, but regardless, if it's overhead or like underground, there is always like building setbacks. So if it's overhead, like assume it's like on the ground and it's always 15 foot from each side. So if you have power lines, assume like you have like a right of way that is like 30 foot from that like center line. It's the same, like overhead or like underground, it's the same.
Okay. Yeah, well, my concern is, are they gonna have to come across, is there a possibility they would have to come across someone else's property to bring power?
I mean, if the power has to do that, that's like, that would be up to them, but most likely, I can guarantee you, most likely they're gonna use whatever available, like access utility easement to avoid all of this, like, hey, sign this, and like, we need that approval.
Okay. So I may have missed it, but are you saying that entire driveway is gonna be gravel or dirt?
Yes, the driveway over here is going to be gravel, compacted gravel. So yeah, this one here is compacted gravel, and it was engineered like to absorb all like the water like runoff. And as I said, like I'm going to leave this to the surveyors and engineers. So, but yeah, it's going to be gravel. The only thing that's going to be paved by ADA requirement is just the ADA stalls.
Okay, so how are we gonna control dust when we have 300 cars coming and going?
I don't think we're gonna have like 300 cars. Like this is like up to 300 guests.
Oh.
Like the maximum is like 116 cars, so they might like carpool or something like that. The dust is gonna be up to them to maintain it, and we normally like when we require like large scale. One of the things, even if we don't say like we need dust abatement, we already like explain this to the applicant. So they need like maybe to spray, make sure like it's maintained and everything is clean. And once it's been compacted after a while and it rains on it multiple times, it will like settle itself. But yeah, that's up to the like everything else. Maintenance is like very important for any project. If you ignore anything, even if it's like costing $1 million, it's gonna be ignored.
Okay, one more question.
Yes,
I got an email saying that there was a dispute over the property boundary around where that road comes in. Would that hold up this project?
No, I already like responded to you. That would be like a civil matter that's between, we never got involved in it. We've never had any, from our like review to the survey were accurate. The one like that's been like submitted to us. If there is any dispute, that should be like settled somewhere else. Like it's a civil matter. And as I said, like we've never seen it, we're not aware, but it does not hold anything because like, as I said, like the CUP runs with the land and runs with this, like the parcel itself.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
Justice Rio Stafford?
Thank you, Judge. I have this may actually be a question for Mr. Lester. It's kind of more of a legal question in regards to the criteria that we're allowed to consider specifically number D, that the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area. In the process of looking into this project, we've been alerted to the fact that there's at least 4, possibly 5 existing businesses in the area that appear to be operating out of compliance without conditional use permits and that are not grandfathered in. That includes a commercial racing fuel vendor, a construction and excavation business that borders on the property in question, a gun club that lists its staff on its website, and an existing wedding venue. In terms of considering what we can consider in terms of compatibility, are we allowed to consider existing businesses that are out of compliance as part of compatibility?
That's a very interesting question.
I come up with stumpers.
You know, that's probably a question that's going to come down to a, you know, to what the judge thinks, and I don't really have any precedent on that right in front of me to give you a good answer on that. So I can't tell you one way or the other, yes or no. I think there's an argument to be made on both sides of that. I also want you to know that when it comes to compatibility, when we talk about compatibility, and this question's come up before, doesn't mean that, you know, every house is a craftsman style house with a white picket fence, right? It doesn't have to be same color, same style next to each other. It's more of a, can they coexist harmoniously? And that's kind of what the courts look at when we talk about compatibility. So I would probably approach it more from an angle of what if these other places were not there, I think, to be on the safe side. But I would also want you to understand that compatibility doesn't mean that just because it doesn't look exactly like its neighbor or what's across the street doesn't mean it's not compatible in that area. I think that's probably what the court's going to look at. And in other cases we've had, the court has looked at other businesses in the area, regardless of whether they were properly permitted or not. They've taken it into consideration when giving their ruling about compatibility.
Thank you.
Justice Bruns?
Thank you, sir. This project, I think, is it is more of a commercial type of project than what surrounds it. And I would think that that would make the compatibility a little different. The commercial aspect of what they're trying to do is gain a CUP that is probably going to allow for such as the road. I hear Dr. Addis say the road's going to be 20 feet wide, right?
22, that's like, yeah, and that's...
Okay. You get a delivery truck and a car trying to pass each other or trying to meet each other, where are you going to go?
Well, that's a question for the road department. I guess like
That's
20,
for the road
I guess
department.
20 or
Okay.
22 is the minimum.
I think it's for the CUP.
I doubt it.
I think that we need to have those kinds of things worked out, because it could be we could be putting these people into a dangerous situation with the width of the road, we could be putting, that road just really concerns me that it's gravel. I mean,
The Black Oak? Black Oak
no, not
Road?
Black Oak. The driveway,
Well, that's his private driveway. He can do whatever he wants with it. So that just like for the record.
okay, he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah. But he's following regulations
makes
and
it
it's
even
been
worse.
engineered. No, it's not, sir. It's not. Like he's following regulations and it's been engineered for that reason, and that's why it's compacted to 75 pound. And I don't think like anyone like lives in the country has this capacity of like doing all of this. We don't require this for anyone who lives in a house. I mean, I've been to places, they don't even have a driveway.
Mr. Otto, I have a place that's got 120 feet of compacted gravel driveway. Every other year, I have to redo it. Okay? And it's not a good situation for a commercial business.
Yeah, that's what we just said, like it's about the maintenance, so.
It's a bad omen to put that thing out there and let everybody else see around that we're allowing as a county for that kind of driveway for somebody to do businesses on.
I will like leave this to the engineers because they know more, but we approved like lots of projects that have less width of a driveway and much worse conditions, and it passed, so just saying.
Well, it didn't pass by me. So,
I think what Dr. Add is trying to say, Justice Bruns, is that the stipulations for the driveway are set by the quorum court. They're set by you. And the
They're not set by
applicant's
me.
meeting those. And what we're saying though is, we get into this a lot of times where the applicant's meeting the requirements that the quorum court has stated.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if those are different or need to be changed, it would be the impetus of you that would change those. I think that Dr. Add is just trying to make sure he's acknowledging that from the county's point of view.
Judge, I get that, and, you know, it leads to the same argument you and I have had every time we have one of these CUPs, and that is who's gonna enforce it, and you don't know.
And once again, per the code, which the quorum court passed, it's the sheriff's department. I'm
No,
going to
sir.
address that head on. You've always made me very uncomfortable because the sheriff does do a very poor job of policing and enforcing our planning code. That's to his prerogative. I can't answer for him. But per the tenets of the code that you passed, the quorum court passed, the sheriff is responsible for enforcing the planning code.
It says the sheriff is responsible.
Shall. The sheriff's department shall. And that's to service of the quorum court. I don't care who enforces the code. I want you guys to be satisfied, and I want the best thing for the citizens of Washington County. But that's the code that we're left with right now until you, ladies and gentlemen, change it.
Well, we get no help from you to change it because we wanted.
No, sir. I stand ready to help change it. Counselor Lester stands ready to
I
help change
just-
it. We just need a conversation about it. Your point of order, Justice Lyons.
Point of order, I don't see discussing how we change ordinances, who's at fault, or who's responsible to change ordinances, has anything to do with this process.
I agree. Justice Bruns, will you continue with whatever questions you have with Dr. Atta?
Yes, thank you. The amount of houses that are gonna be built there,
Yes, sir.
cabins, whatever they
Yes,
call
sir.
them? All right, how many were there?
There's 5 and his like residence, so it's 6 of them.
6. And how much land?
6 acres.
Okay, so do we have a requirement for, each one of them to have a septic?
Yes, sir, and that it was
Okay.
approved by like the health department.
I
Yes, sir.
didn't hear you say
Yeah, no,
that
it's like it
earlier.
was approved by the health department. Yep.
Okay.
And that's part of the process.
And we don't have anybody to enforce that.
Health department, it's a state entity, they enforce their own regulations. You can always call them 521-8181, option 2.
Thank you.
Justice Massengill.
Yeah, just one more quick question I forgot to ask a
Absolutely.
while ago. I'm also concerned about where that driveway hits the road. It's at looks like it's at a pretty good angle. Are there any plans to?
No, it's curved. If you taking a look here, stand this on. Life is easier. Survey. Yeah, and that's the lay of the land. So most of the time you cannot change it. He met all the requirements. So the requirement for this, do you see that down here? Yes. So that is like flush with the road, and that apron is basically the standard by the road department apron with the turning radius, and it's been engineered based on this.
Okay.
So
All right.
how does it look like? Why it's crooked like this? That is like met requirements. Once again, that like from here to there, it's like wider than from here to there. And that's an apron, as I said, like turning radius is required by the road department. And
Okay.
just like from, yes, and so that is like 20, but like it flutes out like to wider than like 20.
Okay. Yeah, the picture answers my question. It curves right there and hits the road.
Yeah,
perpendicular.
it's like flush with the road, and it's like a required, so.
Is that going to be concrete, that apron coming off the road?
Well,
or-
it could be concrete. It depends. Most likely, it would be concrete, but it needs to meet also like these road department requirements, and they have to send one of the supervisors to let them know the depth, the thickness, and I know for sure like they have like the depth of it like should be a minimum of, the thickness it should be a minimum of, and the like the itself like the turning radius it should be a minimum of. And the reason they do this, it has to be flush. So in case if they send snow plows, they don't like hit that concrete and break the plow itself. The concrete could be easily fixed, but that like plow, it like will cost the county like lots of money. But that needs to be like inspected and approved before it's being like built. Absolutely.
Justice Lemming?
Thank you, Judge. I just want to hit on the road size and all that. The legal width of a vehicle is 102 inches. 102 times 2 is 17 feet wide. We got State Highway 45 down there in my area that's 19 foot wide. It's a state highway. It's been that wide since all of my 61 years that I've lived down there. So we're fussing over a 22-foot road. We got so many county roads in my district that ain't even 15 foot wide. School buses have one lane to go down. And we're arguing on 2 lanes and the guy's pasture that belongs to him. So the facts of the matter is his road's plenty wide, and his entryway will have to be put in by the road department. They'll make him put a 24-foot, probably a 24, or they might get a 40-foot culvert, and they'll have to put hard surface on top of it. So we're arguing over a lot of stuff it's already took care of and it's in place to be done right. So the 22-foot road is plenty adequate. 2 semis could meet on it with no problems. We got a bridge in Dutch Mills, Arkansas that 18-wheelers cross every day, and they hit mirrors if they're not lucky because the bridge ain't much wider than 20 foot. I mean, it makes you jump. I know I've had a mirror knocked off with a state truck, so their road's plenty wide. Thank you.
Justice Rio Stafford?
Thank you, Judge. Sam, one more question. Hasn't it been the case that in the past when we've approved conditional use permits for event venues and wedding venues, that there have been cases where the applicant has decided to voluntarily set an occupancy limit that's lower than the architectural or engineering capacity of the venue
Yes,
itself?
ma'am. So like most of the time, like as a planning staff, whenever like someone like ask us like and says like, hey, I need like to make that house that fits like, or like that like garage fits about like 60 people.
Mm-hmm.
The first like 2 things would let him know that you need to have a septic that can accommodate that number of people. That's
Mm-hmm.
one thing. The second thing, you need to make sure that the fire department and the state fire department code is being met. It's the same as here. That's why we have 70 maximum capacity.
Mhm.
That's not set by me or the
Yeah.
county, set by the state. So that's one of the things. If both of them like met, let's say like that hangar, like he's building fits like 60 people, we see the neighboring situation. So it's like, well, you know, I don't think that's a great idea. So the same thing as like we can build up to 69 homes. We can always argue with the applicant, but if he does not budge, this is like, no, I need
Sure.
to have 60, and he meets all the requirements by the state, the health department, and the capacity of like providing like all the utilities. We just like have to go by like whatever like application number he gave us, like in the application. We cannot like says like he says 300, we're gonna say like 150 because we think we know more.
Yeah.
If that fits all the requirement, it's 300, but it's up to the applicant
to
himself.
the
If
applicant,
he wants
yeah.
to be like a good neighbor and says like, you know what, I guess like 200 is enough, 150 is enough, like we can do that
Yeah.
just to acknowledge like the work with the neighbors. It's happened before many times.
I think the one that came to mind was a decade ago, was Fritchie Farms at the time over near, over
2015.
near Goshen. And that was, they built a barn with a capacity of 300, but they, in their conditional use permit, they said, hey, we're gonna self-limit, if I'm remembering correctly, to like 175
Yes.
individuals. You know, and then like, nobody had, as far as I know, there were never any, like it was a perfectly fine place that nobody ever had any complaints about, to my knowledge.
And we had another project. It's also like the same thing. It was like a wedding venue in the middle like of a hay farm, and the same applicant says like, I don't want fireworks in that area, and everyone says like, hey, you live way in the country. He said like, I don't want the fire to be responsible for the neighborhood. So he self-limit everything, and we had lots of projects. He says, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
When we get to the appeal, I'd be interested in hearing from the folks who are bringing the appeal, whether that would be something that it would be acceptable to them. Thanks.
Yeah, and also like the county quorum court can like set any rules of like, if you see this is like way much better than what's proposed, you can always work with the applicant and figure out like a
Yeah.
solution.
It's the holiday season, and I feel like we're in the spirit of bringing people together. Thanks.
Justice Koger.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Dr. Atta?
Yes, ma'am.
Once the road is, the road department will supervise the road and make sure it meets the requirements you just talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, after the venue is open and everything, it's still a private road, is that correct?
Are we talking about like the?
I'm talking about from the highway up to the event.
The driveway.
The
The drive
driveway.
is always like a private road, like unless if the applicant bring this to county standards, but it's not required because it's not going to be absorbed by the county like maintenance.
Okay.
So the county is like responsible for whatever like they absorb as like maintenance.
Okay, so they're using 6 acres. How close together are these cabins going to be?
I don't have the pictures
I saw,
here.
but it was hard to tell.
Yeah, engineer will be, I will leave this to the engineering. I believe they're like not too close, but like privately close enough, so.
I'm not sure.
There is no regulations. They can build them like back to back if they meet like the building setbacks. They can build them close to each other if they meet the fire like code. So that's it. We normally say between like 20 to 25 foot apart. That's a minimum. They could be like as close as 20 foot. They could be like wider than that.
So pretty close together.
I don't know.
Thank you.
It's never been like built yet.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions for Dr. Atta? If not, we're going to bring the applicant up. Any final questions for Dr. Atta for this moment? If not, let's hear from the applicants. Good evening, gentlemen. We're going
Good
to
evening.
start the timer. You'll have 30 minutes to present or answer questions however you'd like to. I'd like to notate that the justices made note of several questions that they had for you guys. Maybe you could address those in your comments, and it will expedite the learning for all of us this evening. But without further ado, please introduce yourselves, and we'll give you the floor.
Yes, sir. One more time, did you say 30 minutes?
30 minutes, yes,
30
sir.
minutes, all right. Thank you. My name is...
Up to the pleasure of the court if they want to extend that, but that would take a vote of 10 to suspend the rules and change it. So
Understood. Thank you. My name is Justin Reed. I'm the survey project manager with Bates and Associates, and with me is Braden Wise, the project engineer with Bates and Associates, and also with us is the owner, Mr. Fred Gully, and his attorney, Vicky. And so, as Sam mentioned, we're here for a conditional use permit on a proposed venue. We've been working with Mr. Gully for over a year and a half on the surveying, engineering, planning, layout, and permitting for this project. All the engineering and design that was done on this project is within Mr. Gully's property lines. Property lines as established by filed plat and by deed and by survey. So the conditional use for this 3,375 square foot building, this is a place that could be used as a venue that could hold a variety of family, educational, and community events, and really provides Mr. Gully the opportunity to share the beauty of his land with people from all over, all different walks of life, different places. The building's going to look very nice and have the aesthetic of like a barn from the outside. There's a local architecture firm, Polk, Stanley, and Wilcox, who is doing the architecture on it. As far as we mentioned the capacity, the guest capacity, and I wanted to mention that the capacity that Mr. Gully is proposing is up to 300 guests. That's the maximum allowable capacity. And he is not expecting that much because, per our research, the average attendance at your average wedding or event size is closer to 125 people. Operating hours by appointment only that Mr. Gully would have control over. Employees will not be on site daily, and staffing will depend on event size. So the total acreage of this land is 69.28 acres. The total area of the building is 3,375 square feet. That is 0.1% of the total land. If you add in the parking area that we're proposing, that's 1% of the total land. I'm mentioning these numbers just to emphasize the minimal impact that these footprints that are mentioned in the CUP will have on the overall land, which again falls in with Mr. Gully's desire to preserve the natural landscape and the agricultural use. This land is currently agricultural use, and it will remain agricultural use. The majority of the land will remain agricultural use with this project. This building footprint of the venue would be on par with like a really nice size house, which there are several in the county who have a footprint bigger than this venue that's being proposed. As the crow flies, the venue will be about 2,300 feet away from Black Oak Road, kind of in the middle of the property. So, it's not going to be just right up next to anybody's house. It's not going to create a situation where anybody's views would be obstructed or distorted. And there have been concerns about the proximity of this building, the event venue, to some of the surrounding properties. The closest existing residence to the proposed building is 850 feet away to the west, and that's the property that Mr. and Mrs. Bradley Smith own. The difference in elevation between the Smith property and Fred's property is about 150 feet. So the Smith's property is 150 feet higher than where the event venue will be. That's the closest residence to where the venue will be. The next closest residence is almost 1,100 feet away, and that's property owned by Mr. Jacob White and Miss Jessica Rogers. The difference in elevation there is roughly 106 feet, with Mrs. Rogers' house being in the higher elevation and Fred's venue being in the lower elevation. So when we submitted the conditional use permit, it is for the wedding venue, but Fred wanted to make sure that we were totally transparent about his overall vision and goal of the land, which does include the 5 small cabins and his own personal residence. So the site plan for the conditional use does show these structures that are allowed by right in just an effort to show the overall flow and end of the day product that we are trying to propose here. This is a better holistic approach than only showing what the conditional use permit requires, which would be the wedding venue, parking area, detention ponds. So again, total transparency here on what Fred is wanting to do from the very beginning of this project. These, as mentioned, the cabins are going to be short-term rentals that could be used for guests of the event center, or they could be used independently of the venue. Again, these structures are allowed by right under the current zoning ordinances. So I would be happy to answer any questions about anything that I've talked about or maybe anything that I missed. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the project engineer, Braden Wise. Thank you.
Let's pause for a minute here. Justice Lemming?
One question, how many square foot is the wedding venue?
3,375 square feet.
Okay, so that allows it to be underneath the sprinkler system.
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many exit doors? You say you're going to have to multiply that by 300 people. You got to get 300 people out of that building at a certain time through the far side. How many doors is going to be in this thing, to exit doors?
We would have to refer to the architecture's plans, but they would be in compliance with all fire code and all rules by the state for that.
That man said 4. Is that 4 3060s? Is that 4 barn doors?
4 barn doors.
All right. And I'm sure in the engineering and all that study and you'll have fire lanes and blah, 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 everything you need.
Yes, sir. This
to
will be
meet state code.
under state fire code compliance and has been reviewed by the, I believe it's the Round Mountain Fire Chief who serves this area.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to collect those questions while we had them. If you guys want to continue, that'd be great.
Braden Wise, project engineer on the site. I'd like to start out just by kind of talking about the drive. Our drive is a private drive. We're proposing it 20 foot wide and gravel. From a fire standpoint, this is an acceptable width. Make this fast. Black Oak Road is currently 22, stated by Sam. We're 2 foot shy from what Black Oak is right now. As the gentleman over here said earlier, it's an acceptable width, and fire's good with it. For Black Oak Road, based off of existing conditions, we estimate that Black Oak can take 1,300 to 1,600 vehicles per hour. Should a 125 car event occur and all cars leave at the exact same time, Black Oak should still have the capacity to move all 25 of those without an issue. Moving on to ADQ and some possible erosion control questions. We have submitted to the Arkansas Department of Environmental Quality, ADQ. Through their process, we are working with the United States Army Corps of Engineers to evaluate any possible impacts. Right now, we are in their review queue. We have met on site. At our site meeting, he told us that there doesn't seem to be any implications of negative impacts, that we should be good. Moving on to our ponds. This project is proposing a 3-pond step design. It kind of serves as a dual purpose to act as an aesthetic water feature as well as reduce peak flows from the development, which is federal code. As it stands, there are 3 ponds in ascending fashion. One flows directly into the other. We are proposing the ponds at the low point of the site. This allows the development to drain into the ponds and reduce peak flows. This will naturally reduce erosion without damming the water. Additionally, the 3-step ponds will naturally act as a filter from upstream runoff. Each pond will filter out runoff, and the water that leaves the site will be cleaner than pre-development conditions. That's just how the cookie crumbles. A great analogy would be the White River Lakes in northwest Arkansas and Branson. It's widely known that Beaver Lake collects the most pollutants, while Bull Shoals is the cleanest lake, as a step down. Moving on to our septic, Mr. Gully's system will be new and utilize the most modern practices and adhere to current Arkansas Department of Health standards. The Health Department was on site last week and has confirmed preliminary approvals for septic and sanitation. Formal signatures are pending due to staff being out this week. It's to our knowledge that these permits are on their desk ready to be signed. And just to kind of close out here with all the permits that we are working towards, we're currently working on our ADQ double permits. We're working on our SWIP, our Stormwater Prevention Pollution Plan, and our STAY, which is in hands with USACE, which is the Short-Term Activity Authorization Permit, pretty much just making sure that we adhere to all erosion controls. We currently have the CUP approval from the Planning Board. We have the LSD approval from the Planning Board, and as previously mentioned, septic approval from ADH is at the finish line. With that, we would be happy to answer any questions, and if none, then
Justice Leeming.
Thank you, Judge. We can ask a lot of questions. What did your fire marshal or the fire chief of Round Mountain say about water storage?
Water storage.
Water, okay, what would it take to put your fire out? So how many gallons of water? Are they happy with trucking water there? Do they want you to put a storage tank in, being that you're not gonna have city water?
I can read the quote that he sent to staff. My name is Shane Wood, and I'm the fire chief with the Round Mountain Volunteer Fire Department. It has come to my attention that the rumor has spread that the planning board, that the fire department is in opposition to Gully Ranch event venue. This is a completely false rumor. The fire department has no opposition to the CUP, nor do we have any conditional requests of the property owner for this project. This project has come forward with one of the best and most well put together requests I have seen. I foresee no issues with this project. I foresee no issues with safety for the public with this project.
I know Shane well, thank you.
Justice Massengill?
Yes, thank you. My biggest concern is fugitive dust, having a lot of traffic on that road, the driveway coming in.
Can you repeat that? I didn't catch the first part.
My biggest concern is with the fugitive dust, the amount of traffic going across, that long driveway coming off of Black Oak Road. What's the closest house that would be impacted by dust on that road?
Yep, no, at that top of your head. Or no.
I believe that property would be owned by Mr. Scott Webb, who is immediately adjacent to the west, with property that butts up to Fred to the west. I don't have that direct measurement in front of me, but just from being on site, and if memory serves, it's a couple 100 feet away, maybe even more, from the straight line driveway that comes off of Black Oak. And then as the road turns to head west, I don't have that measurement in front of me either, but there's a pretty good buffer of trees, brush, and foliage in between Mr. Webb's house and that new driveway.
Okay. It still seems like it's pretty close if that road's not well maintained and traffic speed's not controlled. That could become a problem for the neighbors, so.
A best managed practice would be dusting and providing water kind of to keep the dust control down during the hot summer months when it's dry.
Right, yeah, so, that would be, a question for the operator of this facility, if they have plans to maintain maintain the equipment to maintain the road and control dust. So.
Yes, sir.
Justice Coger?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Reed, you mentioned a couple of houses that were, one was 850 feet away, and the other one, I didn't catch that. But how close would these cabins be to the property lines of those two houses? And one was Mr. White's. I don't remember the other one.
Yes, ma'am. There is, I believe, a slide that we will see when the property owner and his representation have a chance to speak. But I believe that the closest cabin to the back porch of Mr. White's residence is around 250 feet, if memory serves correctly. And the elevation is the elevation of the cabin again is going to be way lower than Mr. Jacob White's house. Probably, if the event venue is 106 feet lower than the White residence, then I would guesstimate that the cabins would be somewhere around maybe in the neighborhood of 75 to 80 feet lower, because the land slopes towards the area where the event venue is going to be.
And how close is the driveway to Scott Webb's property?
The driveway itself, if you talk about property lines,
Property line.
the driveway itself, as you go up the 40-foot strip that Mr. Gully owns, about 10 feet from the property line, the shared property line between Mr. Webb and Mr. Gully. And as it turns to head west on that 90, I think it starts to, at a minimum, be 10 feet, but actually start to veer more away as you get closer to the venue.
Okay. And Mr. Reed is an engineer, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm a project surveyor.
Okay, surveyor,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Would you say this property is actually in a gully? The driveway part is in a gully?
No, ma'am. The driveway coming off of Black Oak Road is in a relatively flat spot, and it remains relatively flat, or a gentle grade, maybe I should say, until the gully, the runoff in the quote-unquote gully really doesn't appear on the property until you get to kind of the center part of the property, which if there are any aerials that you see this evening, that's very apparent, where the grass is a lot greener and has a different look than the rest of the land, that's where the quote-unquote gully would be. But the road, this new 20-foot gravel road itself, follows the path of least resistance to the venue site, which is not in any type of gully or anything like that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Justice Lemming?
Thank you, sir. I know the dust issues come up several times, and we talked about it several times. There's one simple way to create a road that don't have a lot of dust, and that if you'll put a good red dirt bed down, which red dirt does not have dust, and if you'll cover it with like a pea gravel that don't have fines in it. Your limestone gravel has got fines in it, and that's what creates your dust in a lot of these facilities and places. And then our dirt roads, the reason they have a lot of dust, because we got a lot of topsoil and a lot of dirt that mixes in with our dirt roads, and then we put base on top of that with limestone in it, and if it don't get packed in and rolled in right, that's where all that dust comes from. But if they'll put a red dirt bed down, and then they'll cover it with a pea gravel type gravel that don't have a lot of fines, you won't have any dust.
And to add on to that, there's currently a red dirt down.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any further questions for the applicants from the board? Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to move into our public comment section.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right.
The rest of the applicant team would like to also speak.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize we had such a deep team. Let's continue on. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. At first, Mr. Gully and I want to thank all of you for taking time on the Monday before Christmas to hear this important matter. And I have a slideshow that is pretty extensive. I'm going to go through them very quickly because it is the Monday before Christmas and you have a lot to look at. One of the things I want to talk about is the location. I want to show you a view. I'm sorry, can you hear me better now? Okay.
You got to just keep that microphone close. We also have people tuning in, so.
This is a view right here taken from the front porch of where the event center will be. As you can see, there's no residents anywhere near this. This next slide is a 360. The person taking this video is standing right where the event center will be. Oops, well, I don't know how to fix that. Okay. Let me pause this. Oops. Let me see if I can fix this. Maybe just to play it as it is. Okay, so this is looking, this is looking south. The trees that you see here are going to stay here. And Mr. Gully's property extends all the way down to where you can't even see green anymore. And the nearest house is way past that. And then we're going to continue. And I'm going to pause right here. This is looking west. This is the direction of the house. It's 850 feet away. It's on the other side of that incline, and there's a bunch of trees between where the event center will be and that home. And then we're going to continue to the west and then to the north. Actually, I'm going to stop this because I have some still pictures. All right, this first picture is, I took this. And I'm looking directly east from where the event center will be. The picture on the right is looking west. I just showed you that. That's where the nearest property owner is, up that hill, and 850 feet away from where the event center will be. Next, looking south, way down there where that green ends, beyond that is the property line to the adjacent owner. As you can see, there's no house anywhere near this. And then the picture on the right is looking north. Mr. Gully's property goes all the way past where you can see that green. And what you don't see real clearly in these pictures is that in addition to all the pasture that you see, he has about 20 acres that's wooded, that will remain wooded. And he has spent time and money and installed trails out there for hiking, horseback riding. I'm going to go through these really quickly. We've already talked about how only a small portion of this land is going to be used for the event center. And the only thing that we're here to consider is the event center. He doesn't need a permit to build the casitas. He has the right to do that under the code. That's just part of the overall design in his vision for this property, but he doesn't need a permit for that. All right. This is architectural drawing of what the event center will look like. Again, it's only 3,375 square feet. Can be used for a lot of different things. Educational seminars, we've had yoga people who say they want to have yoga retreats out there. Can be used for a lot of events that can add to the community. Now this is a map. Where the yellow arrow is shows where the event center will be. And those arrows out were measured by the engineers, showing the distances to the adjacent property owners. As you can see, Mr. Webb's house is 1/4 mile. It's 1,300, almost 1,400 square feet. The White Rogers house is 1,086 feet. In there, it's heavily wooded and it's up an incline. Now, the claim about it being a large event center, we've already talked about it's 3,375 square feet. Mr. Webb's house, right next door to it, is bigger than that. This is records from the county assessor's office. His house is 3,648 feet. It's bigger than the event center. Mr. White and Ms. Rogers have 5,085 square feet of buildings on their 1.5 acres. Now I want to show you this. This picture on the left is drawn by the surveyors and then the engineers, and it's to scale. This picture that you see on the right is grossly inaccurate. If you look at this where the yellow arrow is at the bottom that says Webb, you can barely see his house, which we've already established is over 3,000 square feet. If you look at their depiction, they have this big, large rectangular building depicted as the event venue. It's shown like 5 or 6 times the size of Mr. Webb's house, and that's just not accurate. And if you look over in the, what would be the northeast corner, or excuse me, the northwest corner, the small orange rectangles, those are the casitas. As you can see, they're depicted to be about the size of Mr. Webb's house. They're 400 square feet. So they're not anywhere near the size of his house. In the larger sort of triangle, or excuse me, rectangle underneath where it says Airbnbs, that's Mr. Goley's planned house, which is less than 1,000 square feet. So this depiction here is completely inaccurate. This is the property next door to Mr. Goley's property, that's 850 feet away. We don't know what they're using that property for, but it's clearly more than just residential use. We've already talked about the road. This is a depiction, excuse me, of the casitas. They're about 405 square feet. That's about the size of a garage. Out in the country, people have workshops that are bigger than that. And again, he has an absolute right to build these. He doesn't need a permit to build these. He doesn't need a conditional use permit, I should say. He does have to comply with building setback lines, which he has, and he has to get septic permits, which he has. There are additional commercial uses out here. This manufacturing company has this large facility. You can see here where the yellow star is, that's the manufacturing center facility, and all these green arrows are residences in the area. And I want to talk about this Black Oak Farm wedding venue. It's about a mile or a mile and a half from Goley Ranch, and this information is directly from their website. They allow up to 200 guests. They have parking on site, and they walk to the venue. They can use this venue for receptions, dinners, meetings, reunions, different kinds of events, just like Goley Ranch facility. Their facility is entirely outdoors. That means there's no restriction on them using amplified music indoors. Like Goley Ranch, one of its conditions is it can only have amplified music indoors except during an actual wedding ceremony. Well, we all know that a bride takes 5 minutes or less to walk down the aisle. So the wedding march playing for 5 minutes is not an unreasonable use of the land. This is also from their website, Black Oak Farms. They have some sort of building there you can rent, and they need their pictures of their venue, and they have a bake shop. There's more pictures of their event center. This is directly from their website. Now I want to talk about some other wedding venues that have been approved in recent years. White River Landing, or excuse me, we're going to go to the Grand first. This was built in 2023. It has 12,000 square feet in the reception hall, plus a 5,500 square foot chapel. This is from the assessor's office showing I didn't just make those numbers up. This is an overview map on Google Maps of the Grand. Where these yellow stars are, those are all houses that are immediately adjacent to the Grand, which is much larger than Goley Ranch facility will be. This is White River Landing. It's 5,278 square feet. Again, almost 2,000 square feet larger than the Goley Ranch venue, and you can see these yellow starred residences, how close they are. And then let's talk about the roads. We've heard a lot of comment about the roads. This is the road that White River Landing is on. As you can see, this is nowhere near the quality of Black Oak Road. This is another venue that was approved in 2024. This is Bellevue venue. The road, this picture of the road, that's the road it's on. And Bellevue has 5,000 square feet, 300 guests are allowed, 125 parking spaces, and it's open until 10 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. Goley Ranch will close at 10 on weekends. We talked about this driveway. I think that's already been covered, that it's already been approved by Fire and Rescue. it satisfies all the requirements there are. This is his own private driveway. He doesn't need a permit for this driveway. He can build a driveway to his house.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was 30 minutes of time. What's the pleasure of the court?
Judge, I'd like to make a motion that the presenter finish their presentation.
Ma'am, do you have an estimate of how much longer you might need of the court's time?
Maybe 3 minutes. I'll go really quickly.
3 minutes, you said?
But then Mr. Gully wants to talk too.
I need an exact time here.
Let's go with 5 or 10. It is 5. So we'll go 10 minutes total.
I have a motion to extend this time by 10 minutes by Justice Ecke, second by Justice Rivera Lopez. All those in favor? Those opposed? Thank you, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. With regard to alcohol, alcohol can only be served by somebody that has a license, and the Alcohol Control Board controls that. So to the extent there is any alcohol served at the facility, a licensed bartender has to be there. So they're not going to be, the event center can be fined, Mr. Gully could be fined if he allowed alcohol to be served at an event and there wasn't a licensed bartender there. So that will be a requirement of anyone who wants to rent the facility out. And it's really no more different, it's no different than the wedding chapel that we already saw. They can serve alcohol there. Any of these neighbors can have a party and serve alcohol. I mean, alcohol is legal. Whether we like it or not, it's legal. And people can drink if they want to. So we pulled the records from the Washington County Sheriff's Office about car wrecks because there's been an allegation that this wedding venue is going to cause all these increased traffic accidents. For White River Landing, which we just looked at on Schaefer Road, from 2020 to 2024, according to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, there's only been 2 accidents, and neither one of them were major accidents. And I could have pulled those records for all of these wedding venues and shown you the same thing, but we would be here even later. There's been a claim that having this event center there is going to cause property values to decrease. Well, the tax records don't show that that's true. In fact, the properties around White River Landing and the Grand have either increased in value or they've stayed the same. You can see here, these are the 3 property owners that are closest to White River Landing. Here's the tax records. You can see they've increased since White River Landing opened. This is the Grand. You can see the property owners around there. And I want to point out this yellow arrow here to the Kessner house. That house is over 3,500 square feet that was built after the Grand was built. Here are the tax records for all the adjacent property owners. And as you can see, they've either increased or they've stayed the same since the Grand opened. Here's the tax card at the bottom for Kessner Properties. You can see they built the house in 2024, and the Grand opened in 2023. I'm going to talk about this. There's been adequate notice. There's been a claim that people didn't receive adequate notice at this meeting. Everyone who wanted to show up at the planning board meeting showed up. They had a chance to voice their opinions, so they received adequate notice. I do want to mention really quickly the private litigation. That has nothing to do with the matters before the justices tonight. That's a private civil matter that will be handled in a court of law when we have an opportunity to put on our evidence and our experts. So this is just sort of a summary slide. You can read. We've already talked about all these things, but I wanted to give my client time to talk. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Fred Gully, and I am the proud owner of 15786 East Black Oak Road. First off, I'd like to thank each and every one of you that serve as a justice of the peace. I understand the time, energy, and effort that this requires, and often it can be a thankless job. I sent out an email trying to give you all a little bit of information from my perspective. I appreciate those of you who took the opportunity to come out to the property. I understand this may not be the only thing that you have on your agenda every day, and I tried not to inflict on your personal space or try to continue to bombard you. But I think actually coming out to the property makes a world of difference, and that's something that I've taken. I also, as I look around the room, my heart is full to look at the community to come out and speak in favor of this or against this. I believe in civic duty, and I believe in freedom of speech. And I know there's other places that people would rather be on Christmas week than listen to me babble about Gully Ranch. But I appreciate everyone for coming out. The last time that this project was brought forward was at the Washington County Planning Commission. It wasn't an easy discussion. It wasn't an easy conversation. But as the people prior to me, Bates did a wonderful job, as well as Vicky, the one thing that I've challenged every single person that is gonna be a part of the project is, especially with the position that I hold, is that it needs to follow every rule, it needs to meet every requirement, and I wanna make sure that it gets every permit and follow the letter of the law. And that's why I wanted to make sure they talked through every permit from health department to SWIP to ADEQ, all of the permits. I said, regardless of how long it takes and whatever the cost is, I wanna make sure that it is compliant. And I believe that is why after multiple discussion at the Washington County Planning Commission, it was unanimously approved. Furthermore, from that, instead of continuing to rush it through, I heard a good amount of opposition. And I wanted to make sure that we took the time to try to understand that further. And that's why I brought Vicky in, and she talked through fact versus fiction. And we've been through mental gymnastics to try to understand, is the event venue 100 feet from our property? Is the road 20 feet wide? Is it going to continue to provide more erosion? How is it gonna impact the neighbor? We went through and did our very best to address each and every bit of these concerns and follow the letter of the law to the T. And that's why I can stand in front of you today, extremely excited for what this will be. The people in opposition, they've done their best to try to make this about me, Fred Gully, the planning commissioner, the board of directors for the Boys and Girls Club, the blah, 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 blah. But what I think this is something for the community. As we will continue to hear and what the people who've already spoken, I think this is going to benefit Washington County, and that's what I'm excited about. So I would love to have each and every one of your votes, but if you were to deny this today, and I hope that you do not, it's not gonna impact Fred Gully. It's gonna impact Washington County and this community. It's gonna impact the children that I look forward to providing phenomenal camps for. I've already met with the Eminent Augustine Foundation, which I am a part of and heavily invested, that actually does work on Armstrong in the impoverished community in that area. And we have a plan to where we'll have a garden on site where people can come and volunteer, and 100% of the produce will be free to those in need in our community. So those are the people who are going to be impacted. When we talk about the beautiful Black Oak Road, this event venue, this small 3,375 square feet, this 0.1% of the 70-acre parcel, this is what we're talking about. We are going to be able to give back in a manner and being able to preserve 99% of this property. So I am extremely excited, and it will help Washington County from a tax revenue perspective. And I want to make sure everything is registered and above board, and I look forward to paying taxes and being a good, active member in this community. That's what I want to do. That's what I strive to do. And that's what I do in this community day in and day in out. So I'm extremely proud of it. This is a piece of heaven for me, and I look forward to sharing it with the community. So thank you all, and I look forward to the discussion. Any questions that I can answer?
Thank you, Mr. Gully. We appreciate it. Oh. Justice Koger?
Thank you, Judge. My question is more of a legal question. It's either for Mr. Lester or Dr. Atta. So we keep hearing that the applicant could build these cabins without a conditional use permit, but is that true because they won't be on 1 acre and they won't be not single-family residential? I'm just trying to understand that.
No, what I think Director Atta is saying is you can have one resident per acre. And so if he wanted to build one resident per acre, he could do that. Is that correct? Yes, sir. And Director Atta can explain this better than I can.
One house per acre, regardless of like they're clustered or like spread out. They have 6 acres. They have like 5 cabins proposed and 1 house on it. 1 house per acre. That's it. 1 unit per acre.
he'd have to put them on 1 acre. Each
Right.
cabin would have to be on 1 acre.
No,
It does not
no.
have to be. As I said, it could be clustered. It has to be the capacity. How many? One house per acre. It doesn't have to be within just like boundaries of 1 acre.
JP Coger, we have multiple houses in the unincorporated area of the county that are very large, that have like mother-in-law houses with them, that are right next to the house, but they're on multi-acre lots, which makes it compliant. So that each house doesn't have to be on its own acre. If you have 100 acres and you have a house and you want to put 5 or 6 different cottages there for your family to come visit in Washington County, you can do that without a permit.
Okay, thank you very
You're
much.
Justice Rivera Lopez?
I actually have a question for your legal representation. And well, thank you guys for being here first and foremost. I understand that it's very close to the holidays. The methodology that you used to calculate whether or not these property values had appreciated or stayed the same, was that just raw numbers that you just, from the assessor's office, these were higher? Did you do a difference in differences methodology? Whereas you looked at these properties as compared to properties that were not near one of these properties, to see whether or not they appreciated at the same rate, because that makes me concerned about whether or not they actually appreciated or if just like a market sentiment thing. You can't make a causal claim about whether or not that was the wedding venue if it was everything appreciated.
Okay, so the claim was that the property values would go down. And what I looked at was whether the property values went down. I'm not an appraiser, and I don't think there's an appraiser in the audience who can testify accurately about whether values go up more of a percent in one place than another place.
I got you.
I'm just going by the actual values that the tax assessor had, and none of them showed that the values went down.
I got you. I think I misinterpreted the claim that you were disputing, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Justice Zeki?
Thank you, Judge. You, sir, are a visionary, and I like your vision. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gully, I think we're good for a minute.
Okay, and the last thing I wanted to leave, and I don't know if I can pass it around, but I did a change petition online, and it has received, I checked about a couple minutes ago, 1,220 signatures in favor, with 63% of them being within 3 zip codes. That includes Black Oak. And what I love about the Justice of the Peace is you represent more than just Black Oak. You represent all of Washington County.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. With that, we're going to move into our public comment period. This is a 30-minute public comments period, limited to 3 minutes per individual. And with that, we'll get going on it. Public comments.
Y'all mind if I set this up? Perfect. Okay, how much time do I have?
3 minutes.
I'd love more if I could get more. My name is Jacob White. I live at 15582 East Black Oak Road. I'm going to tell you some facts. I like the facts versus fiction framing that you guys already heard about. First off, I want to point out that this is not an Eagle Crest situation. This project does not serve any protected class, so you're not going to have to worry about getting Eagle Crested here. Also, there's this question about whether or not you have to consider the impacts of the cabins. Legally, you do. If you look at the application, actually what's written up by Mr. Atta, the cabins are written as serving the event center visitors. So I think, JP Stafford, you asked a good question. If the event center was gone, would it be as of right? I think that's probably an open question. Sorry, JP Hires. That's probably an open question, but here, the application that's in front of you, you do have to consider the impacts of the cabins. So let's talk about what the project is, because you've heard a lot about how it's going to be a ranch, a horse farm, that sort of stuff. There's a 48-page application. I challenge you to find the word barn, horse, or stable anywhere in that application. This application is about an event center with attached overnight cabins. That's what it's about. That's what you're here to consider. He does not need a CUP for an agricultural use like horseback riding. And we are happy to have Fred build his house, do his farm, have horses out there. That's not why the community's here and so upset about this application. So at the planning board meeting, I'll point this out as well, the 1 acre per cabin question, the application that was in front of the planning board, Sam, you can verify this, was 5 acres for 6 homes. After the planning board approved it, they submitted a survey change. So the question is, was that change made in time, right? I mean, that happened, right, Sam? Okay. Okay, well, you know, kind of weird if you think about how that's gonna go on appeal, right? That they're changing problems that they spotted after the planning board approval. And why is that happening? Like, why are they being told, hey, your application's actually not right and there's a problem, can you fix it? Is that a fair, open, transparent process? This is a 70-acre parcel of land, okay? The entire development is pushed all the way into one corner. The closest cabin is 10 feet from Scott Webb's property, as close as is legally allowable. So I have no doubt that the plan meets all the planning board's specific specifications, but your job is to assess the 7 factors, which I think you can boil down is this a neighborly thing to do? Would you do this to your neighbor? Like, why not talk to us before you propose this? They talked about a delay, a postponement. I never got a call after the planning board meeting.
Mr.
like,
White,
hey,
that's your time. It has expired. What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to extend for 15 minutes.
I would like to call on them in an orderly fashion. Justice Pond?
Move to extend for 20 minutes.
I have a motion to expend Mr. White's time for 20 minutes. Mr. White times for 20 minutes. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Continue, Mr. White. Thank you.
I will spare you 20 minutes, although I thank you, JP Bond. So we have a copy of one of Mr. Gully's prior business plans. It shows that the cabins are intended to be full by 70% of the time at full operation. That's 250 days a year those cabins are going to be full. This is not a couple small parties or whatever. This is a multi-million-dollar project that will require I mean, there's going to be serious revenue concerns. This is not a hobby farm. This is not a hobby project. They're going to be open for business, and there are going to be people there constantly. Now, all right, I just had to listen to the Bates engineer effectively perjure himself. He says that the maximum number of guests is 300 people, but the letter that the Bates engineering folks put in the application, which is before you, says, and I quote, each event will have approximately 300 guests. 300 guests is going to be that's how many people are going to show up. They keep doing this like hand wavy thing, like, well, most weddings have 125 people. Not this application, not the facts that are before y'all. Okay, the planning board also gave permission to serve alcohol. I mean, obviously, people want to drink at weddings. I understand that. But you have to consider that permission and that sort of business use in the entire context that's being offered here. I want to point out that there is inadequate access to this project. You don't see that. That red line is the driveway from Black Oak Road all the way down one side of Scott Webb's property, all the way up another side of Scott Webb's property, and then over to the event venue. Every person that enters and leaves, all those 300 guests that enter and leave that property are going to drive down one length of Scott Webb's property, down another length of Scott Webb's property. Now, JP Lemon, I hear you. Like, maybe there's some things they can do about the dust, but that's not in the application. And what happens, there is no, what's our recourse if every person that drives up and down both sides of the property creates a dust plume? That's, I hear Ms. Bronson that maybe, property values won't go down. I challenge you to tell Scott Webb and Tricia Webb that every person going in and out of that property creating a dust plume is not going to affect their property values. So that road, there's a lot of discussion about the road. When Fred Gully purchased that property, he purchased only a strip that connects to Black Oak Road, 40 feet. It's not really 40 feet. There's pending property line litigation near the entrance to be closer to 30 feet. What y'all have to ask yourselves is that adequate access? And the point I would make is, if Mr. Gully was trying to put a subdivision back there. He was trying to chop it up into a bunch of lots. The county rules themselves say if it's less than 50 feet, you can only put 4 or less structures back there. So if Mr. Gully wanted to subdivide the property, the county rules would say that driveway's not wide enough to put this much traffic down there. And I want to ask you, is 300 guests at a time more or less traffic than 4 houses, which is what he would normally be allowed to do with a driveway this wide? Okay, so there's that. There is nothing else like this out here. All the surrounding properties are farms or houses. They took a satellite photo of Brad Smith's property. He would be quite angry to know that because he runs a farming operation. That's what he does, right? That's an as-of-use right, what Brad's doing next door. Everybody that is adjacent is either a single-family residence, farm, or both. Black Oak, let me say this. You guys are at a disadvantage because this is not an adversarial process. You don't get to see me go against Vicky and go, hey, what you just said doesn't quite stand up to reality. Let's talk about Black Oak Farms, the wedding venue that's about 1.5 miles down the road. If they had bothered to talk to the operator and owner, Matt Slaughter, like I did yesterday, do you want to know how many weddings they've had in 2025? 1. They've had less than half a dozen since 2023 because they built their whole situation to serve their family. That's what it is. He's a pastor, so every now and then his church has weddings out there. They're doing it so infrequently that they don't need a CUP because under the county rules, if it's 4 or less a year, it's a temporary use. So that's an old ordinance, but it's an old ordinance, but it's good. They don't spoil. That's true. Army down the road, I wish that y'all could tell Brett Wolf that you think he needs a permit. Brett's position would be it's a storage unit. His folks park their cars there. They're not operating for business. He doesn't need a CUP on it. So now I see the look you're giving me, JP Stafford. I hear you, right? I'm not trying to be tricky about it. But I think that if you guys were trying to say that these other businesses are compatible or affect the compatibility one way or another, you need more facts than here's what we saw online, right? Y'all need testimony, and the applicant has the burden of proof, right? That's how the situation works. The applicant's got to prove to you that they are not incompatible. I don't have the burden of proof here. They do, and all they're showing you are some website slides. The road is dangerous. I keep hearing it's not dangerous. We took this photograph this summer. Oh, a man rolled over right in front of one of the Stop Gully Ranch signs. And you gotta ask yourself.
Mr. White, I would highly recommend you use that microphone.
Oh,
We have people watching online that would need to hear that audio.
Apologies. This is a photograph that was taken by a local resident of a truck overturned right by a Stop Gully Ranch sign. There's a series of switchbacks. I'm sure many of y'all been out there. There's a series of switchbacks as you go up Ed Edwards Mountain on Black Oak Road. It's very dangerous. There's wrecks there all the time. This is not a spot where 300 people should be driving in a concentrated bit of traffic. All right, now to the unplugged.
I'm sorry.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Can we not see the picture from our side?
He went. You cannot interrupt him as a member of the public. Mr. White, please continue.
I hear you. It's a picture of an overturned truck. So in October, Fred Gully sued Scott Webb for $5 million for Scott Webb engaging in legal firearm shooting on his own property. You guys have to ask yourselves, do you want to tell a Fayetteville planning commissioner that he can tell county residents they can't shoot on their own property? Scott Webb can. Now, I'm not expecting you guys to litigate that. Vicky has sued my client for $5 million for that. What you should know is that a circuit judge has already heard evidence on that. She acted like there hasn't been any evidence heard. There was a hearing, 3 witnesses, 2 police officers, and the circuit judge said there was not, Mr. Gully failed to show that he had a likelihood of success on the merits. He doesn't have enough proof for his claims. But, I'm backing it out, this goes to incompatibility. If people live out here in the country, they want to be able to shoot their weapons, they don't want to get sued for it. All right, runoff. Runoff is a serious issue here. Mr. Gully has already started construction of his road without your ratification of the CUP. So that has already begun. And as that's begun, we are already seeing runoff issues. That road is already eroding away. The culverts are already beginning to erode away. I would also point out the plan, which I'm sure has been engineered correctly and all that, calls for 3 retention ponds. That in itself is an admission of how much runoff is an issue on this property. It is basically a large funnel. Every drop of water that falls on it goes down into the road. And y'all were talking about paving the road. Paving the roads creates more impervious surfaces, creates more runoff issues. That's the besides the driveway, the runoff issues are the serious impediment on this property. And it's the reason why no one has developed this property before. We are also about a mile away from the Corps of Engineers. I looked online, they do not have a Section 404 permit yet, and they're gonna need to get one. And that could completely stall the whole project. So to say that they have reached all the regulatory approvals that they need and that system's done, that is factually incorrect. That's not true. All right, so the notice, Sam, I'm not coming for Sam on this one, but we.
No, you're correct. I'm sorry, I'm being lazy on that, Justice Hires. Mr. White, you need to take all your comments to the chair.
Oh, apologies. What I want to say is I'm not coming for Dr. Ada at this. This is just my legal point. The notices for the planning board meeting were required to be mailed to us on May 22nd, 2023. Whether or not we got the notice is not the question. It is the ticky-tacky legal question of was it mailed on the correct day. The electronic tracking numbers showed that they were mailed on May 23rd, 2025. Excuse me, I said 2023. A day late, $1 short. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. It does not count in legal deadlines. So they're a day late. There is a handwritten note that says May 22nd, 2025. It is undated, unsigned. Its provenance is unknown. That ain't going to work in circuit court. The circuit judge is going to say, where are the real certified mailing receipts? Apparently, we don't have them. And so then the judge is going to look at the tracking info and say, looks like they were sent late. So if you pass this, we're just going to end up right back here, which seems like a waste of time. My final point here are things that you may not know about the developers. So the first, there's more than one developer here. Mr. Gully is one of the developers, and it is a fact that less than 2 weeks after the planning board gave him approval, the state of Arkansas filed a lien against him for unpaid taxes and placed that lien on all his properties in Washington County. That was over 6 months ago. That lien remains unpaid. As for the other developer who is on the application, Mr. Richard Alexander, he has had over, I think it is 7 properties foreclosed upon in Washington County. He was also the prime developer for the Mountain Inn development in Fayetteville, which failed spectacularly. And Fayetteville residents are still paying off $3.7 million in bonds that were related to that project. We're still paying them off 20 years later. I think these facts, I've tried to restrain myself to the facts. I think these facts should show you not only that you can turn down the CUP and be upheld on appeal, but that you should for the good of the communities that you represent and the constituents you represent. Thank you, and I don't know if I can take questions, but I'm happy to.
Thank you. Public comments, any additional public comments?
Hi, my name's Scott Webb. I own 15750 East Black Oak Road. I also own 15860 East Black Oak Road. So I own all the farm around it on the east and the west as the driveways go in. The erosion problem, it's bad. You said something about I grew up, my family owned an asphalt company, so I know a little bit about roads and stuff. It's red dirt. When Mr. Gully put it in, we talked. Me and Mr. Gully's never had a crossword, ever. He's never been ugly to my face, and I've never been ugly to his face or behind his back. But when he built the road in, I said, hey, you're going to need to get it packed. You need to get a roller in there and get it packed down, or it's just going to be, slick and you're going to fall out. He never did. Come in, put the new road in on the other side of my
my house, my home this time, red dirt, no roller, no pack. The contractor told me that where the road was supposed to be from the planning board, where he got it approved through the planning board, it is moved over. It's supposed to go through the middle of his trees. He only got 4 big trees right there as you make the turn. If y'all ever been there, you'd seen it. And he said, no, move it closer to my fence. So he didn't put it where it was supposed to be. So now it's even 10 feet, even more closer to my fence than what it was supposed to be, that he got approval on. The gully, you know, it's bad. It's like a whitewater when it rains and it comes off the back side of the mountain, and you can see where it runs. Where it runs down the gully, it's there's evidence there, and where he's putting his retention ponds isn't in the middle of that line. They're beside it. So that's not really gonna work very well. The water's just gonna go around it. So I have questions about it. It's all been done, and I will tell you, I've never received a letter, sir, from anybody. I've never had where I had to sign for a documentation for y'all's meetings or anything. If it wasn't for my neighbors, I wouldn't have known about any of them. So even on the planning board, I didn't get a letter or nothing. I own all the property beside both places. If anybody has any questions for me, you know, I'll be glad to answer. There's the roads. That's my pictures there. That's his road, and I can assure you, who asked the question about the fire truck?
That's time. Time has expired. What's the pleasure of the court? Justice Lemming? Justice Palm, Justice Lemming has the floor right now.
Is this property that he owns, is it an easement through both sides? You own both sides of, is it an
Yes,
easement?
sir.
Or is it he own it?
Does Mr. Gully?
Yes, sir.
He owns that 40-foot strip, which if you go by the monument fence line that's there and the property that he bought, the 40-foot, he's gonna end up with 26 to 31 foot at the very front of the road as you go in.
When you get on the far end, you talked about he went 15 foot over. If he only has 40 foot, how did he get a road?
He moved the road from where it was supposed to be up towards my fence, further.
So is it still in his easement? Is it still in his property?
Oh, no, he owns the field, sir. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong road with you. My road that I'm talking about, he only owns 40 feet, is when you turn off Black Oak.
Okay.
And then you go east along the backside of my property, and it's all springs. You brought up the road, about how the road is in the fire trucks, they will sink.
Well, it's got to be
Without
put in
doubt.
right to be right, so.
Thank you.
Right,
Your time's expired, sir. I appreciate you coming this evening.
thank you.
Public comments.
Hello, everybody. My name's Rebecca.
Please
Sider.
move that microphone closer to you so that we can hear you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Hi. I'm Rebecca Sider. I live at 10923 South White House Road. So I'm a couple miles from where the proposed venue is. And as you get a little further towards the Elkins area, we are a highly agricultural area. We have tractors on the roads. My neighbor's up the hill, 84 years old, still on his tractor, out there in the road. And you know, you're trying to push the gravel up your driveway after the rain. We've got people in the roads with heavy agricultural equipment. This is, okay, a little bit better? Thank you. So, have you guys seen those hay rakes with about 6 spinning wheels on them? You know what I'm talking about? They're all up and down White House, Black Oak, actively in hay season. They are very dangerous. When you see pictures of the accidents that occur, these people that you want to come out to have a good time at this venue, if you really imagine what can happen with these agricultural accidents, it's very dangerous, very dangerous. And the tractor rollover rate, there's no seat belts in tractors. They're gonna push our farmers and our ranchers into ditches. I mean, you look at these switchbacks, they're very dangerous. So on that alone, you know, is it appropriate placement on agricultural use of these lands and these roads? And we've been here much longer than someone who's been here for 5 minutes that's gonna come in and endanger our farmers and our ranchers. So I really want you to consider that, because it is a very dangerous situation, and if you look at the statistics. So I thank you for your time, and I appreciate you guys' fair consideration and looking out for all of us.
Thank you. Public comments.
My name is Harold Davis, and well, we've heard from a lot of people tonight. We've heard from doctors. We've heard from Razorback athletes, and well, it's impressive the people that have come together with ideas. I'm just a regular guy. I've got a couple of expeditionary medals, Beirut, Lebanon, multinational peacekeeping force. So I've got some skin in this game too. And we've fought, America has fought for people to be treated fairly. And we've got visions too. A little background there is me and my wife, we had a nice little house that they put a highway right on top of. So what we did was we thought we would leave the middle of all the building in the city limits and the craziness is building in northwest Arkansas. And I checked with the Washington County Planning Commission, that was, I guess, about 10, 11 years ago. And we found a spot that was outside of the Planning Commission proposed area. And that's where we chose to build. And, you know, we've worked our whole lives. This has been our dream and our vision. We worked it for a long time. And actually, I just retired recently. 2 weeks ago, I retired. And I can finally start to work my property that me and my wife have worked so hard for. And it's agricultural, and we chose that for a reason. If we want to run livestock, pigs, shooter guns, whatever we want to do, that's why we moved out there. If we wanted to put a commercial business in, I think we would have looked for something that was zoned for that. But we chose an area that was zoned for commercial. And we've had some other people, Wolf, for instance, put in a business there. But nobody opposed that because it does fit in with us. I don't think that a wedding venue is going to do too well with somebody puts in a pig farm or
Thank
if
you,
they're
sir.
having a gun shoot.
That's your time. Your time's expired. Public comments. Cue your mic, please.
Motion to extend for 5 minutes.
I have a motion to extend this gentleman's time for 5 minutes by Justice Coger, second by Justice Lemming. All those in favor? Those opposed? Please continue, sir.
Thank you for that. Well, I don't have a whole lot more to say. I may have to do something for 5 minutes to entertain you. But with that said, please respect that we have visions too, and we've worked a lifetime for them. And I can understand Mr. Gully wants to give, but what I don't understand is why you have to take from us to give. Because this is what we fought for. This is the lifestyle we fought and worked our entire lives for. And we're just proud to be out there. And okay, we might need 10 minutes. As it's going, sound travels out there. It travels a long way. We are just down. He's up on top. We're down here. You're going to hear a lot of noise, and the wedding venue may stop at 10. But then the party starts at these little rentals. Well, what time is the party at the rental going to quit? We're an agricultural people, and we like to just enjoy the country life, and that's what we bought. And that's what they said that it was, agricultural. With that said, the water is another thing. Like I said, I'm down the valley. I'm down the hill, I mean. It's deeper in the valley. The water comes rushing down through there. I've seen rapids 50 yards wide. When there's a big rain coming, it's a gully wash down through there. And that is a real problem not to be taken lightly, and you have to see it to believe it. I do appreciate the extended time and your consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Public comments.
Hello, hi. My name is Jessie Hunt. I live in Prairie Grove. I am here to talk about property values, and I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with Ms. Vicki. Looking at the tax records to look at the current valuation of a property is kind of like saying I'm looking at Zillow. It's an algorithm that's created that's not accurate at all. What we see in Northwest Arkansas is constant appreciation of properties, so naturally we are going to see that. But what we see when we have commercial venues come into rural areas, look at Barn at the Springs, look at some of the other ones, we see neighbors that are unhappy. And one of the things that I get as a 9-year real estate professional, I own my own firm, I've been in it for a long time, and I've talked to hundreds of appraisers, is people ask, how are your neighbors? How is the community out here? And I want to say that property values subjectively go down based on the ideas around safety and neighborly community. With what's been going on out here, I don't think any of the neighbors of Black Oak can say that this has been neighborly or community. We have this event venue being pushed out as an equestrian facility to people in the equestrian world, but we have it registered and we're asking all these questions about this event venue. So like, which is it? Is this an equestrian facility or is this an event venue? Regardless though, when we have commercial properties move into residential or farming areas, we do see a decrease in property values. We see longer days on market. It's harder to sell those properties. With increased traffic and transiency with the Airbnbs, that's gonna go in with safety for buyers. You're gonna see these houses that are out there when these people do wanna sell and get away from the commercial venue, they're gonna sit there. They're gonna get 20 to 30% less because you're gonna get questions about safety, you're gonna get questions about the transiency of the individuals that are coming to stay there, and you're gonna have less families that wanna send their kids and their pets out to play by themselves because you've got so many people coming and going constantly. So you're gonna see property values not necessarily depreciate, but they're not gonna gain like other properties in Northwest Arkansas. These are all very nice houses that these people have built and spent their whole lives trying to get put together. They're trying to retire there, they're trying to enjoy their time peacefully, quietly. We keep talking about elevation of the White's house and the other neighbor as an advantage or like it won't be so bad, but what we've really created here is an amphitheater. Those residents that are sitting up higher than the event venue, it doesn't matter if they've got the music turned down or keeping it inside or whatever. We're gonna have fireworks, we're probably gonna have celebrations. I've never been to a quiet wedding. I don't know about you guys, but they're typically pretty loud events. With the traffic coming in and the longer celebrations, are we gonna have gunshots allowed for celebrations? Are we gonna have fireworks allowed for celebrations? Whenever the bride is walking down the aisle for 5 minutes, are we gonna have summer outdoor celebrations that are gonna play music? Where's that sound gonna go? If all our residents are up higher, it doesn't sync. You're putting them, they're in an amphitheater now. So we've got noise and then we've got light.
Thank you, ma'am. That's your time. Your time's expired. Public comments.
Thank you.
We have 20 seconds left.
Out of respect for your time, I'll be super quick. I wanted to just quickly provide clarity. My name's Emily Rainwater. I live at 10480 South Harris Road, directly in front of the Army building that you guys saw on the screen. That is not the correct building. The Army building that was presented is on Armstrong. The one directly behind my house is a warehouse. It does not have the capacity for 300 people. When I put my kid on the bus every morning, 2 employees are all that come through. So that's what we're looking at. I'm an accredited mortgage professional, so I just want to give you a little bit of information.
The time has expired. It's up to the pleasure of the court. Justice Pond, give me just a second. Justice Pond.
Move to suspend the rules, and extend the time to how many? 24 more minutes.
A motion to suspend the rules and add 20 minutes of public comment time by Justice Pond. 24 minutes of public comment time by Justice Pond. Do I have a second? Second by Justice Lemming. All those in favor? Those opposed? Sorry about that housekeeping matter. Please continue.
You're good. Thank you so much. So I also want to just speak real quick and give the council clarity on something that was brought to the public in body cam where the project has said, well, if neighbors don't like it, just sell and move somewhere else. As an accredited mortgage professional, I want you guys to understand that at the last meeting this summer, over 90% of the residents testified that they lived on their property for over 10 years, many for decades, and some that lived there as children and inherited the property as adults. This means that the majority of the residents had the opportunity to refinance their home loans during the pandemic's refinance boom. If we look at the average home loan in Northwest Arkansas today, about $350,000 median rate of 3.5% during the boom, that gives you a principal and interest payment of $1,572. If you look at the budget for the same average loan amount today at the average market rate, that gives you a principal and interest payment of $2,298. So before taxes and insurance in your escrow account, we are asking our neighbors who are on disability, on pension, on Social Security to increase their budget $726. If you look at the increase in taxes and insurance, we're asking them to increase their monthly budget of over $1,000. As a single mom who worked for 6 years to buy my house, if I had to move, I would be homeless. So that's just something I want you guys to take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments.
My name is Dylan Buchanan. I grew up in West Fork, currently live in Rogers. I've known Fred my whole life. We grew up together fishing and camping and all the outdoor stuff. He's been successful in pretty much everything he's done, but he's done everything with integrity. Super high character guy, dots every I, crosses every T. He's always done everything to the best of his ability to take care of the people around him. Along the way, he's given his time and energy to the community and the youth of this community. And this property has always been a dream of his. Like since we were probably in college, he talked about wanting to be able to share his love with horses and his love of the outdoors with the youth from Northwest Arkansas. This is his home. This is where he grew up. It's where we grew up. Obviously, his life has taken him other places, but he's landed back here. The opportunity to share his horses and his land with youth is something that he's passionate about, and specifically with kids who wouldn't ordinarily have access to it. We live in Rogers. I don't have horses. I wouldn't know how to deal with them even if I did. But my daughter loves horses. She calls Fred Farmer Fred every time we go out there. She loves to go to Farmer Fred's ranch and ride the horses and get to see things and do things she wouldn't ordinarily get to do. So I think it's important that we keep sight of how great this opportunity is for the community, for families and for youth that wouldn't have this opportunity otherwise. And I think Fred is a great steward of that opportunity for this community. Thanks.
Thank you. Public comments.
Hello, I'm Nick Jones, business owner in Northwest Arkansas as well. I own a couple of businesses. I was before one of these panels in 2020. Looking for an opportunity to be a plus in the community. I've known Mr. Gully for 15, 20 years easily. We talk about, I'm a barber, I'm sorry. And we talk about, when he comes in to get his haircut, we talk about the many things that we want to do as far as being pluses within our community. And he's much of a visionary just as I am. I think that he definitely is the man for this job and opportunity. Being able to, at a young age as he is, being a visionary that he is. I really enjoy it. I myself, being in the same position, understand how tough it is, facing all the different obstacles and stuff. But I look forward to all the many things that he's wanting to do. I actually am also a part of a couple different organizations that do a lot of community service. And he, understanding that same old thing, he definitely takes an initiative in actually trying to be a positive member in the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments.
Thank you for your time. My name is Brad Anderson. I'm neighbor to Scott Webb and neighbor to Mr. Gawley. Hi, sir. Never met you before. I have nothing against Mr. Gawley here.
Sir, please direct your comments to the chair.
Thank you.
For anyone who speaks
Thank
this
you.
evening, you should
I'm
direct
good.
your comments to the chair. Thank you.
I have nothing against Mr. Webb, nothing against Mr. Gawley. In fact, I like these pictures up here. I want more of this in my community. I'm okay with this in my community, but that's not what we've heard tonight. We've heard people talk about the children. We've heard people talk about the farm and the ranch. But what's on the order here is for this planning of this party event center. That's what we're talking about. I love the fact that he's farmer and he's got people coming out there for his farm. That's great. I want more of that. We need more of that out there. We need people educated about farms out there. But we don't need people coming out there for large parties and events on tiny, small little property roads and back there in that space. I'm a property line owner to all these people, and I got zero notification of what's going on. If it wasn't for my neighbors here letting me know what was going on, I wouldn't know. I'm a property line owner. It means I'm connected to these people, and I got zero notification. Whatever your guys' border, 300 feet, whatever you guys said, it's not enough. I'm a property line owner. I should be notified. I should know what's going on, and I wasn't notified, ever. Not cool. But that said, listen, again, I'm happy with the farm. I'm happy with the ranch. Just as a community owner, I don't, and I'm not happy with this big event center. That's all I got for you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. Public comments.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Long. I live at 15775 East Black Oak Road, directly across the street from Scott and Tricia Webb. And I'm just going to talk for a minute or two about what investment in our community has looked like. Scott and Tricia Webb invested in our community when they purchased what looked to me like useless frontage woodline. When they bought that property, it went for sale, and we're like, nobody is ever going to buy that property. It's useless. It's just a strip along the road. But he had a vision, and after years of painstaking work clearing and building a house, he turned that into a beautiful property. Jacob White and Jessica Rogers, similarly, bought an abandoned lot. It had an abandoned building on it, and it was empty for, I don't know, the 5 or 6 years that we had lived there before they purchased it. They built a lovely home, they transformed that lot, and they built a beautiful property. These families invested in properties that are intended as single-family home and/or agricultural use. That's what they bought. That's also what Mr. Gully bought. He bought a property meant for family or agricultural use. He can have animals, he can have a garden, he can have people come out and work them, and he can share that with them. That's not what we're opposed to. We're opposed to an event center and Airbnb businesses. As far as investing in our community, I find it interesting that Mr. Gully didn't take the time to come around and talk to the neighbors in the community where he was going to build this business, maybe garner some support from the people who already lived there before he took a chance of buying this property and starting this whole process without anybody who lives there actually knowing about it. When we got our notice in the mail for the planning board meeting, that was the very first time we'd heard about it, and I live directly across the street. He has still never come and introduced himself to us. That's not what investment in a community looks like. One more thing, at the planning board meeting in June, one of the members said that a man ought to be able to do what he likes with his land. If that's the guiding principle, then why have a planning board at all? Why have regulations? Just let people buy land and do what they want with it. Of course, no one would seriously advocate for that, but we do ask that our government officials respect and protect our neighbors that have invested in our community and have lived peaceably amongst us for these many years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Public comments.
I have to bring this way down. There we go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shannon Hinton. I live at 10392 South Harris. I am across the street and down the hill from the event center that is being proposed. And guess what? I'm going to get all that runoff, because I get all the runoff from all my neighbors too. So I know what's about to happen. I am here to add something that no one else has added, because you know our feelings, you know why we do not want this. When my husband and I first decided to move, we lived in Springdale, Arkansas. Our neighborhood was overrun with gangs, spray painting everything. There were drunks in the front yard. There were drug addicts, and we had to leave. It wasn't a matter of, can you just handle it? We had to leave because we had had people casing our house and then also following us when we would come home at night. So we had to leave. We went to an agricultural residential area because we wanted to be out in the country, and we didn't want to be around the drunks and the drug addicts or anything like that. We didn't want to be around the loud parties. We didn't want loud music. We wanted to see stars, and we wanted to be at peace with our neighbors. Where we lived before, we were not at peace. When we moved here, we were going to see a Naturals game. We were on our way, and about 3 miles, maybe 2 or 3 miles before Armstrong becomes Black Oak Road, we saw a man headed right towards us. There were 2 men in the vehicle. They were in a big truck. As they were heading towards us, the truck, right before he hit us, went over on the other side, came up behind us, crossed over, hit the ditch, and flipped around about, 3 or 4 times. My husband and I went out, we hurried up and gave aid, called 911. This will be the same route that people will take to this event. This person was very, very drunk. Both people were drunk. Fayetteville PD did that accident. That's why you won't hear it from a deputy. Fayetteville came out, and while my husband held that man, he died. The driver died. There are fatalities that occur on this road. There are also more accidents in the S-turn right before you get to Jacob's house. That S-turn has been cause of several accidents flipped over. Why aren't they reported? Well, we just recently had an event where there was a truck that flipped over, and we have tape and we have witnesses, and the deputy did not issue a ticket or even do a report because it was a single vehicle accident. So there are things going on that are not being reported, and sometimes I wonder if they're not being reported just so we don't have the evidence to use.
Your time has expired. That's
Thank
a
you,
great
sir.
place to end. Public comments.
Good evening. My name is Carol Brewer, and I live in Farmington, Arkansas. And I'm excited about this Gully Ranch. I am not a dream killer because I tell my children, my son, go to college. Once you go to college, get your education, then you can go and do whatever you want to do. And that's what Fred Gully did. He did what he was supposed to do. Go get his education, go get a job, and then come back to his community, and all he wants to do is to serve his community. Do not please be a dream killer. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments.
Good evening. Thank you so much for your time, and to all the dedicated community members and neighbors here in the room. Wishing you all a Merry Christmas in advance. I know we're going to get through tonight. I think that I wanted to use a phrase, when the dust settles tonight, You're a reasonable body, and this is a reasonable plan presented by Mr. Gully. Also, for the record, my name's Sarah Drain. I am a resident of Rogers. I also don't know how to take care of horses, and I need somebody who does. But I do work here in Washington County. I work at the University of Arkansas. I'm a member of a number of community organizations that serve Washington County and Benton County and Northwest Arkansas as a whole. But this is a reasonable plan, one that brings opportunity, learning, joy, preserves the natural beauty of that section of Black Oak Road, and also allows others who are not fortunate to have land in that space to enjoy it. Is that difficult for other neighbors to consider? I'm sure it is, and I empathize with that. Some questions I wondered, should all men be able to use their land that they've worked their entire lives to purchase as they wish, or just some of those men? One phrase was used earlier, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and I wanted to get that definition right. That's a phrase that's used to say that one person or situation should be treated the same way that another person or situation is treated. I ask you to do that here tonight. Some events that have not been mentioned are Girl Scout retreats. I'm a Girl Scout troop leader. This is a perfect Girl Scout event. We will not be there at 10 p.m. We will not be drinking alcohol. We will not be causing gang violence in the area. We will be bringing young women, young children, their families to the area to enjoy the land, to see the vision out as Mr. Gully has proposed to us. So thank you so much for your consideration for the future of Washington County, and I appreciate your time, and thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. With that, we're going to move forward in the meeting. Item number 7 is an item to allow the quorum court to discuss, but then I would like for the counselor to go over maybe just the processes of the next steps. I seem to always get a little bit tired at this moment. Counselor, will you just go over what the pleasure of the court should be?
Yeah, so this portion is pretty much here to allow you to discuss before you move forward with any particular motion regarding either of the ordinances. As you'll notice in the packet, there were 2 ordinances. There's an ordinance to ratify the conditional use. There's an ordinance to deny the conditional use. What we had in the past, we needed some more time for the quorum court to just have some discussion, and that's what this is. But ultimately, also at some point, whenever you feel so led, you can bring forward your motion. Sometimes we've had both motions brought forward and have dealt with it that way. But that's what this time is. So the floor is now yours to discuss and articulate maybe your thoughts or feelings to fellow JPs.
And I think we're finished with presentations. I'd like this presentation removed so I cannot view the audience. That it's obstructing my view. Thank you so much. Justice Ecke?
Thank you, Judge. Would it be out of order to make a motion to approve the conditional use permit?
I have a motion to approve the conditional use permit for Gully Ranch by Justice Ecke. I heard second by Justice Washington. With that, Justice Ecke, would you like to make further comments?
Thank you, Judge. It was brought up that the events, just for point of clarification, the events are not limited to just wedding venues. I don't think that's just the only event that they are going to have out there, like the last public speaker made. She was a Girl Scout, former Girl Scout. This is also an event for spiritual retreats, yoga, relaxation. It's a perfect, peaceful, quiet environment. The other point that was made was that these little casitas, or the little houses, were going to be used to have big old parties. Out in that environment, as an Airbnb, I think they want what's out there. It's peace, tranquility, and beauty. I don't think you're going to go there to have a wild, drunken, brawling party with loud music out there. If you wanted to do that, just go to Dixon Street. And so it doesn't, that argument in my bias does not seem to be sound. A question that was brought up that, or I should say a statement, that this Gully ranch, if it was to go forward, they're taking away from us. Well, what exactly are they taking away? They're not taking away your property rights. They're not taking away your property. They're not taking away your ability to make a living. I don't understand what Mr. Gully is taking away from them, that they can no longer have that, other than he's improving the area for the community. I like that he's a visionary. I like the fact that he is helping other people. And this event center are things that we want. Quiet and peaceful and responsible. It seems like he's been a responsible applicant and community citizen so far. So I value that. I appreciate that. And I know that it's easy, or I should say it's easier to tear down than it is to build. It does take vision to build. It takes thought and planning, mission, goals, purpose to build, for others to enjoy. And it sounds like he's helping improve the lives of vulnerable children. And I value that. And that is why I'm in support of the event center and his vision and his objectives in helping improve Washington County. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, Counselor, catch us up here on housekeeping. Will you read that by title only?
So the motion on the floor is the motion to pass an ordinance ratifying a conditional use permit recommended for approval by the Planning Board for the Gully Ranch project.
Further discussion? Justice Coger. Yes, sir. Yes. Counselor?
So the purpose in having this discussion was not to cut off one's ability to bring forward a motion, because these have to have discussion, namely because I need all of you to consider these 7 criteria that are set forth in the ordinance and explain your position, so that if we do get to further litigation, I can make those arguments in court. And so at this point, because nature of these are a little bit different, we always allow continued discussion. It will require a second and third reading before the public has an opportunity to come back up and speak again, but that'll be the pleasure of the court as to whether or not that happens tonight. Correct. That's correct.
Further discussion? Justice Hire? I recognize you. I'm sorry. You're ready to continue to speak.
Yes, I am.
Justice Hires, if you'll do me if you turn your mic off and re-cue it, I'll try to remember that. Sorry about that.
Okay, I just want to speak to some things. I made some notes tonight as we've been going through here. I've typed up some notes, and so they're kind of scattered, so bear with me if you will. But first, I want to just say to everybody that it's not about anyone's character, integrity, or intention. As a quorum court, we have 7 criteria, and Mr. Lester handed these out tonight, that we are supposed to consider when we're considering any conditional use permit. So I want to address some of those. I think one of the most critical would be that the court must affirmatively find that there are sufficient utilities, roads, drainage, and other public services are available and sufficient or will be made so. I do not believe this requirement can be met on the facts before us. First off, Black Oak Road leading to the venue is narrow and very curvy. It was not designed to allow 300 people and maybe 110 to 125 vehicles to travel and attend an event. The applicant has already attempted to construct a road in a natural gully, and already erosion is obvious and shouldn't be happening for a road that's less than 2 months old. Excuse me. This demonstrates existing drainage failure and not just a hypothetical concern, but a real fact. If the road and drainage infrastructure cannot withstand ordinary weather conditions now, it is unreasonable to conclude that it will safely support large-scale event traffic in the future. Further, the ordinance requires a finding that the use will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, morals, comfort, or general welfare. Here we have limited and narrow and extremely curvy access roads. traffic dangerous for farming and agricultural use, erosion of the just-built road, potential inability for fire, ambulance, or law enforcement vehicles to access the site during emergencies. Large gatherings will increase the likelihood of medical emergencies, fire risk, and evacuation needs. As to compatibility, that's next. A 300-person event venue includes, and it will bring in noise, lighting, traffic, amplified music, and late-night activity. That's a commercial money-making project not compatible with the residential nature of the area. This intensity of use is fundamentally different from neighboring residential properties and not in harmony with the neighboring properties. Compatibility is not about whether a use is attractive or well-intentioned. It is about whether it fits the character, scale, and expectations of the area. This ordinance also requires the finding that it will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property, nor substantially diminish and impair property values. I believe nearby property owners can reasonably expect their property values to decrease because living adjacent to or near this project and all the activity and congestion it brings will interfere with the residential character and quiet enjoyment of their property, and potential buyers, I believe, will not want to be near that disruption. The Airbnbs will be just 10 feet from one property line and 50 feet from Mr. White's property line. Even without assigning a precise dollar value, the loss of quiet enjoyment, predictability, and residential setting for these people constitutes an injury to the surrounding property owners. And finally, we must consider that the event will not impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding area for uses permitted in the zone. Approving a destination event venue in a residential zone changes the development trajectory of that area and encourages future commercial or high-intensity CUP requests. It discourages residential investment and will create land use conflicts that zoning is intended to prevent. Also, I say that Mr. Gully bought this land knowing that it was not zoned for an event center. For these reasons, I will be voting to deny this CUP. Thank you.
Thank you. Justice Hires.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to have to kindly disagree with a lot of what my colleague just said. I went out to the property a couple of weeks ago. I'm really glad that I went out to the property because if I had just read what I was seeing online, watched the videos that I was seeing online, I had a very different vision of it from the maps that you see and from the way that the property and the venue and the applicant were being characterized online. So I'm glad that I went out there because when I saw it, it was very different from how I had imagined it. And I'm going to address these criteria as well. What I found when I was out there is it's a really, first off, the road is fine. I was there in about 15 minutes. I drive that road actually quite frequently. I have a friend that lives not too far away. I don't see that road as being a hazard. It's very well paved. It's very easy to see. The lines of sight are fine. And so I personally believe that that road is absolutely adequate. The road going into Mr. Gully's property is fine. I think that had you gone out there and driven it, it would have answered some of the questions that you had earlier about lines of sight and how much room there was within those roads. And I was just there a week ago, and the road was not deteriorated, but also he's just now building a road that's for his home, his driveway right now. That's what he's building. I did see where the event venue was going to be. I saw the footprint of it. I saw where the Airbnbs were going to be. I stood in the location of the event venue, and I spun around quite like they did in that video, and I could not see the neighbors. I realized that the little casitas are, very close to the property line of one of the neighbors, but it's up. Like you can't just walk from the little casita onto their property. You have to go upwards from there. I think that what I'm seeing, well, I'll get to that in just a minute. Let's go through these things. I absolutely think that The adequate utilities, roads, drainage, and other public services are available. I think that we have heard from the engineers, we have heard from the surveyors, and we have heard from the Planning Commission that all of those pieces have been approved and dealt with by the proper people, by the fire marshals. As far as when we get to this idea of that the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area, I guess that depends on your perspective in a lot of ways. I think that it is compatible with the surrounding area because I think that it preserves so much of that beautiful piece of land for the horses to roam around in. And again, I went there. I stood in the middle of it. So I've laid eyes on this piece of property. I do not think that this place is going to be detrimental to the public health, safety, morals, comfort, or general welfare, and that's where some of the online rhetoric and some of the rhetoric we've actually heard here tonight has been landing at a kind of like this like worst case scenario situation of I've heard it referred to as a party barn, and there's going to be drugs and alcohol and gang activity, and 300 people are going to be there partying every night, and there's going to be drunks wandering around, and that's not what this place is going to be. He's going to be living there. He doesn't want that. That's not what he wants on this land that he's going to call his home. And you know, I just think that these have gone very worst case scenario. And I think that Mr. Goley will be a good steward of the land based on my interactions with him, that the conditional use permit will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the surrounding area for the purposes already permitted, nor substantially diminish or impair property values within the surrounding area. I think that realistically, the neighbors aren't going to really even notice that this place is happening. Maybe yes, whenever the people are driving in and driving out. Maybe when the wedding march is playing. But I think for the most part, it's going to be a pretty quiet venue based on my conversations with the applicant and what I've seen. And I do not think it will impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding area for uses permitted in the zone. And I want to say this other thing. If you have spent any time watching how I usually am on the Quorum Court, you will know that I typically do vote against conditional use permits when there are upset neighbors. But I go and look at every single one of them, and I make my judgment based on what I see when I am in that location. I do not just go by maps, hearsay, or any of that. And I did vote against the last wedding venue that we had, and I want to explain to you why I voted against that one. I'm voting for that one, this one. This was deep in the woods, the last one that we looked at that I said no to. Deep in the woods, down twisty, turny, very dangerous dirt roads that I had a hard time getting through, and very densely packed with probably 40, 50 neighbors of homes right around it. And I just wanted to clear that up just in case anybody, you know, brought something along that up, along those lines. And one more thing, I've never seen the kind of backlash or rhetoric that I've seen on this particular development in all of my terms on the Quorum Court, which has been quite a few. Last time I saw anything that even got close to this was with the dirt pits that we were looking at a few years ago. You know, whatever the Quorum Court decides, there have been shots fired literally and metaphorically. And I hope that these neighbors realize that no matter what we decide, y'all are still going to be neighbors afterwards. And I hope that we can figure out how to tone that rhetoric down that's been happening out there. It has nothing to do with my decisions, though. I've already given you all my bearing for that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Justice Pond?
Thank you, Judge. I'm looking at the appreciation that both sides have shown for this community, this little piece of heaven, and I can see that that's what that is. It's a very tranquil, peaceful, a slow-moving neighborhood, slow-moving farming equipment. And I really appreciate what, you know, Mr. Gulley is trying to do here. I just have one, and I had the conversation with Mr. Gulley on the phone several days back. The thing that bothers me is not even necessarily the event center, but in this location, this setting, serving alcohol to in an event center with a capacity of 300, and then they got to go home after that. The ones that are not staying in the Airbnbs. What that changes for that neighborhood is the farming community that's had property handed down from generation to generation. Grandpa's not gonna send one of the kids or grandkids on the tractor to move equipment down the road where it has to be for raking hay or whatever the next day, the next morning after the dew dries. He's not gonna do that if he knows that there might be people using that road that are not used to all that slow moving stuff. As slow as I talk, believe it or not. Okay, that's just not. Grandpa's gonna be looking to see what, maybe if there's any way he can see what the schedule is and what folks are gonna be using that facility. And it's a sad time for folks in that community. And yes, maybe I don't appreciate how some of these folks acted emotionally when they saw that their true farm community is the beginning of them losing that. The tranquility, the peace is not still gonna be there. And, you know, I humbly asked Mr. Gully to think about possibly having a mixologist there to serve, to mix up non-alcoholic beverages. But that's just one point, just the idea that these folks are not gonna be used to that kind of traffic. And they're gonna be saying, well, y'all don't have license plates on that stuff. You need to keep all that junk off the road anyway. That's all it is with me. That's why I'm saying this event center. All the other stuff is great, just like I heard some of the other people saying. But this event center really doesn't fit in this community. And that's the only reason I can honestly say it'd be very difficult for me to vote for this. And there are people sitting here right now that from now on, they're gonna be trying to figure out when certain events are gonna be happening there, and they won't be sending their kids off down the road pulling the hay rake, or their grandchildren, if they know when that's gonna happen. Anyway, appreciate you allowing my time.
Justice Washington?
Thank you, Judge. So, every time that we have these CUP discussions and conversations, there really is the juxtaposition of how do we give the people that live in the community what they desire and also give people an opportunity to expand their businesses. Now, one of the things that we say probably during almost every meeting is Washington County is growing. It's growing. People want to start businesses. People are moving out in the unincorporated areas and all of that. And so we are not really in a position where we can say, well, yeah, we don't mind if you have an event center, just not here. We just can't do that. And just based on what I've heard tonight, I've heard a lot of different things. I have a whole page of notes. One of the things that was talked about was the investment in the community. And honestly, it just baffles me how someone can say, well, these people bought a lot and built a home and that invested in our community. These people bought this structure and that invested in our community, but you cannot say that someone who is wanting to operate a ranch that allows people to come out and see the animals or whatever, and I know that's not what the CUP is about, but someone that builds a structure where people want to come and have weddings or events, how is that not investing in the community? I feel that some of the comments and things that I've heard tonight are really one-sided. So I'm hearing things like, well, Mr. Gully wasn't really neighborly because he didn't come talk to us about building the structure. Well, did anyone go talk to him before we put signs up and down the street saying Stop Gully Ranch? That's not neighborly behavior too, and it's quite hypocritical. So Mr. Lester said something at the beginning of the meeting talking about compatibility. Can these things coexist harmoniously? And if you know me personally, you know that I am a rainbows and lollipop type of person. I believe that everything can work. I believe that with compromise on both sides that we can always come to a solution. And that's really not what I'm seeing here. So what I'm hearing is we bought this land, we want to be able to do what we want to do with it because we need to protect our rights. But who is speaking up and saying, well, Mr. Gully purchased 60-something acres. He should be able to do on his land what he would choose to do as well. So I don't know if this is going to pass or not. You never know with us. But what I will say is that I do hope that if this does pass, that as a community, you guys can find a way to move forward and a way to work together. I just hope that we can all do that. I honestly will be voting in favor of this. I did look at all 7 of the criteria, and I believe that we have satisfied that because we trust the testimony of the experts. So if someone who's an engineer says that this is what they did, I believe them and I trust them. If someone says, hey, we talked to ADEQ and this is what happened, I trust them. If Mr. Gully says, listen, if it's a problem, if you tell me about it, I'm gonna make sure all of my I's are dotted and all my T's are crossed, I trust him. I don't have any reason not to believe that. When people say, we don't really mind if other people come if they're just coming to look at the animals, or we don't mind if there are Girl Scouts that come. We just don't want gangs and we don't want drunk people or whatever. Like, that's a lot. And I just urge all of my colleagues to keep in mind that Washington County is growing. If you don't like the sale of alcohol, that's your personal preference, but people at weddings do drink, but everybody at weddings don't get drunk. So we're making a lot of assumptions. I don't know what type of weddings people have been to, but we're making assumptions that this is the ultimate turn up and everybody's gonna get super drunk and do whatever, and that's just not necessarily how it may be. I just encourage everyone to vote in favor of this. Thank you, Judge.
Justice Rio Stafford?
Thank you, Judge. This is a tough decision. I was a lot more certain about where I stood on it 2 months ago than I am today. And that was because 2 months ago, I was looking at it on paper. And I went out there and actually looked at the property 2 days ago. And my view on it is different than it was 2 months ago. Here's my initial concerns that I originally had. So let's go back to when we were the last 2 years, we were trying to overhaul our planning and zoning code, right? When we were looking at putting in commercial zoning in this county, one of the things that we were looking at was clustering that commercial zoning where there was infrastructure along state highways, to be specific. Looking at putting it maybe even where 2 state highways came together and making that where commercial zoning was available to property owners by right. So, you know, one of the things that I looked at then was, well, how far is this property from the closest state highway? And I, measured it out on the map. It's 6.1 miles from Highway 16. If you come down Armstrong Road, 6.3 miles from Highway 16 if you come down Dead Horse Mountain. I think the closest I could find was 5.5 miles from Highway 16 if you come down Harris Community Road from the north side of Elkins, which to me seemed like quite a ways, 6 miles from the closest state highway. Gosh, that sounds pretty far. And then, you know, the scale of the operation itself, a capacity of 300 people and 116 parking spaces. That seemed like, you know, quite a bit to be 6 miles down a county road. Well, then 2 days ago, I actually went out and drove the county road. And I guess I haven't driven it in maybe like a year, but it is, you know, it's one of the most super county roads that we have. It's got a, you know, it's got a striped lane down the middle. It's, you know, it's paved. I think the county did what we were originally calling the road forge on it. I don't know, were we still using that term?
Yes, we
Okay,
like it.
road forge, okay. You know, it's got stripes down the side, it's got stripes down the middle, it's like a real developed 2-lane road. This is not like a dirt county road like we see in some places. And this body has approved wedding venues on hard-packed, you know, dirt roads before. So I wanted to so then I went back and I was like, okay, let me look at some data of stuff since I've been on this quorum court and even before of other event venues that made it through. One of the ones, some folks already brought it up, the Grand at Willow Springs. That was one that I personally voted against because of the time it was on an unpaved road. That's 3.6 miles from Highway 16, 6.3 miles from Highway 62. They have a 5,500 square foot wedding chapel and an 11,500 square foot reception hall. However, they apparently have decided to self-limit themselves, at least according to the application, to about, where is this? 120 vehicles per event, and I have it written down here on their proposed venue. Anticipates one wedding event per week with maximum vehicle count of 120. So roughly that. So smaller scale than, way smaller scale than they would normally have the capacity for, right? So they've self-limited. We just approved the Harriet just a few days ago, former Saddleblock Brewery location. It's 2.3 miles from Highway 45. They've got a 1,200 square foot building, and they are proposing a maximum occupancy of 100 people. Bellevue, if you guys remember that, we made that lady move because originally she was way down, she was going to be down a windy dirt road. People had concerns about that, the location, the capacity, all that kind of stuff. She moved to a different property, 0.3 miles from Interstate 49. We approved it. I voted in favor of it. 8,800 square foot main building to accommodate up to 300 people. About the same size as this. However, like I said, that's only 0.3, like it's right off Interstate 49, it's 0.3 miles. The closest kind of thing that I could find to this was 10 years ago. Fritchie Farms, which is now Florence Farms under new ownership. It's off where Ball Road and Goshen Tuttle Road are. It's near Orthodox Farmhouse Brewery. There was an appeal like this, just like this, 10 years ago for that. Big community turnout. Lots of folks with a lot of concerns about that. They built a barn, a wedding barn, that had a capacity, it was built to a capacity of 300 people, almost exactly the same size as this is going to be. They decided to self-limit themselves to 175 people, smaller than the occupancy of what the building could hold, 70 to 85 vehicles, and only open 2 days a week. It passed. All the community opposition dried up. It was a big nothing burger. In fact, the point 6 years later, they came back to do an amendment to their CUP. so they could use the full occupancy of the building. They'd been a good neighbor all those years, and to be open for more days. They proved their value to the community, and that was approved, and it's under new ownership now, and it's, again, we never hear anything about it. The concerns of the community did not come to pass. So, in the spirit of compromise here, I wanted to ask the applicant if he would be amenable to a couple of amendments to this conditional use permit to add 2 specific conditions onto it. Is it possible to bring the applicant up to ask that question?
I'm going to defer to your pleasure, Justice
Okay,
Rios Stafford.
I-
Mr. Goley, are you open to coming up here and chatting with Ms. Rios Stafford?
Absolutely.
Hi, it was great to meet you the other day.
Thank you.
So the two conditions I wanted to propose, ask if you would be open to those, and then I can bring that as an amendment and we can discuss it and vote on it. Would you be open to a condition to self-limit the number of guests to 200 guests per event? Oh, here.
Just a second, Mr. Goley. Let me get that mic queued for you. You should be good now, sir.
Yes, I would.
Okay. And the other condition is, would you be open to adding a driveway maintenance condition, basically requiring you to maintain the driveway and provide a written maintenance agreement?
Absolutely. I plan to live out there, and I like nice vehicles.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have a question back.
Yes. Yeah, I'm open to that.
Mr. Pond, you said your concern was the capacity in the drinking. Now, with this being reduced to 200 guests, I would hope that would lighten your concern.
I like the free-flowing conversation.
Okay.
It works while it works. Does that make sense?
That's okay
Justice
with me.
Pond, is you okay with me identifying Justice Pond?
Would you also agree to the condition to have it be alcohol-free, the event center?
I'm sorry, Mr. Goley. You can just leave it queued if you'd like.
See, you messed up this back and forth thing now. I cannot do that, but I'd be willing to reduce it so that it's not as many people, which I think would hopefully reduce your concern.
I want you to know I'm not opposed to drinking. I just prefer doing that at home when I'm not going to be going anywhere.
Have you approved in a venue before that had alcohol?
I have, and it was a mistake. Thank you.
I've made some of those too.
Okay. With that, I'd like to move to amend the conditional use permit to limit events to 200 guests and to add a driveway maintenance agreement.
I have a motion by Justice Rios Stafford to add 2 conditions to the permit. 1, to limit occupancy to 200 individuals at the event center, and also to submit a written maintenance plan for the driveway to Dr. Ada and his team. Is that sufficient?
Correct.
I heard second by Justice Hires. So Justice Hires, is that still valid? Okay. Any discussion on the amendments? If not, we'll take them up. I have a motion for the 2 amendments by Justice Rios Stafford, second by Justice Hires. All those in favor? Those opposed? I think those pass. Mr. Allen, will you please call a roll on those, though? Just let's make sure. This is on the approval of the 2 new conditions.
Justice Ecke? Yes. Justice Washington? Yes. Justice Koger? No. Justice Dennis?
This is just to add the amendments to the permit.
Yes. Justice Hires? Yes. Justice Rios Stafford? Yes. Justice Lemming? Yes. Justice Pond? Yes. Justice Bruns? No. Justice Wilson? Yes. Justice Massengill? Yes. Justice Lyons? Yes.
The amendments pass. We would be back to the original motion to approve as amended by Justice Ecke and a second by Justice Washington. Does that still valid, Justice Ecke? Justice Washington, does your second still stand? Those still stand. We have a motion to pass this ordinance to approve it by Justice Ecke and a second by Justice Washington. Justice Ecke?
That would then be a motion to pass it on for a second reading, to suspend the rules.
That's a great point. I was just trying to clarify. We will leave it on the first reading unless somebody makes an independent motion. Counselor, is that okay with you? I just wanted to, for the benefit of further discussion, have those amendments put on there, if that's okay with the justices.
Okay. Thank you.
Justice Dennis?
Thank you, Judge. If I could ask our lawyer, are we legal on this?
Counselor Lester?
I would say so. I mean, the applicant has agreed to these amendments, so the applicant's agreed to those conditions.
Over all those?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Justice Ecke?
One more, I'd like to ask our counselor for his guidance regarding alcohol, serving alcohol in an event. We cannot put a condition on any event selling that. He's not going to be the licensed mixologist. They'll be, if an event wants to have that, they have to hire somebody. Is that correct? I mean, we cannot put that condition.
Counselor Lester?
I think that'd be a question for a court as to whether or not that was within the, you know, I've cautioned you all before on adding conditions to these things. When the applicant agrees to it, I think certainly that's okay. So I wouldn't advise it because we are a, I mean, we do have an alcohol policy in the county. We're not a dry county. I would caution you to give it a lot of consideration.
We're now to the pleasure of the court. We've amended the ordinance and we've had it a first reading. Justice Hires?
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules and move to a second reading.
A motion to suspend the rules and move it to a second reading by Justice Hires, second by Justice Washington. Any further discussion on that? Mr. Allen, will you please call the roll? This is to suspend the rules and move it to a second reading. This will require 10 votes.
Justice Ecke? Yes. Justice Washington? Yes. Justice Koger? Yes. Justice Dennis? No. Justice Hires? Yes. Justice Rios Stafford? Yes. Justice Lemming? Yes. Justice Pond? No. Justice Bruns? No. Justice Wilson? Yes. Justice Massengill? Yes. Justice Lyons? Yes.
That motion fails. This ordinance will move to the second reading. That will be read at the next regularly scheduled quorum court meeting. All right. With that, I would like to, without rebuttal, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess so that we can transition. That. all of that. 1 minute. 1 minute warning. All right, we're going to bring this meeting back into order. We still have half the agenda left, and we're 4 hours into it, I'll note. All right. Next up is the conditional use permit appeal hearing for the O'Brien Ready Mix Facility. Dr. Atta, are you ready to give your overview of this? Justice Secchi?
Thank you, Judge. In light of people being absent, not only from the O'Brien, but also from members on this court, I'd like to make a motion that we table this to the next quorum court meeting in January.
I have a motion to suspend the,
Nope. Motion to table.
motion to postpone? Motion to postpone
Postpone
this
to
appeal hearing until the next,
January
to the
quorum court
January
meeting.
regularly scheduled quorum court meeting by
That way,
Justice,
everybody will be present.
by Justice Ecke, second by Justice Rios Stafford. That's debatable. Any further discussion? Justice Coger?
Clarification maybe, but
That
Judge,
is, yeah, that's not even a thing, but go ahead.
what's another thing?
Point of clarification, but go
Okay.
ahead. We'll try to
Okay.
get you.
So didn't we just vote on this at the beginning of the meeting?
We adopted the agenda, but I believe any justice has the pleasure to bring any motion they foresee fitting at any time.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Justice Rios Stafford?
I will address that last question, Judge. I made a motion at the beginning of the meeting to postpone this to the January 8th special meeting of the quorum court. This is a motion to postpone till the next regular quorum court meeting, so it's a different motion.
Correct. So I have a motion and a second. Any further debate on the motion to table, to postpone, excuse me, the motion to postpone? Justice Lyons?
Counselor, can you just confirm is postpone the right way? I thought postpone ended at the end of the meeting, but tabled goes to the next meeting. I'm sorry if I'm remembering correctly.
You got those backwards.
I got it
Postpone,
backwards?
postpone to a time certain.
Thank you, sir.
Justice Dennis?
Thank you, Judge. I see a lot of people that have put in as much effort as we have tonight, and they don't want to cave in right now and go home. So I'm going to be voting against this. I want to hear what they have to say. We might end up postponing it at 11, but right now,
Yeah.
I'm
We
still-
just continue-
I think we owe it to them to stay in their seats and hear them.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
we just want you to be informed. The counsel for the applicant has already said they don't feel like they're being well represented tonight by not having their engineer here, what they
Oh.
believe is integral to answering any questions of the project, of which there's been a lot of questions raised. So I just want you, the panel, to be aware of that. We do have a motion and a second to postpone until January. Justice Ecke?
Thank you. My reasoning behind postponing it, Judge, is to give both sides legal counsel to make the comments and make the case for whatever, and to give the residents an opportunity to speak. I was against allowing y'all to stay. I want to hear you. I've heard a lot of you. I've been on the phone with some of you and finally received the emails that we need. But I think it's prudent for this court to postpone it to the next quorum court meeting to keep us from being sued by either side. We just went through an arduous lawsuit. I do not want to spend another taxpayer dollar on settling a lawsuit because we, as the quorum court, did not listen to legal counsel, or we chose to dismiss it and didn't value it, and then we ended up being sued. To protect us as a court, I'm asking for this judge to be postponed to the next quorum court meeting. With all due respect to the residents, I hope you understand that this is just for all citizens' protection and avoiding a lawsuit. Thank you, Judge.
Justice Massengill?
Yeah. Can we allow public comment before we vote on this, or? Can we suspend the rules? No, public comment on the appeal. Is this an appeal or the ordinance?
Counselor?
It's certainly the prerogative of the quorum court at what it wants to do. If you want to suspend the rules and add a public comment, just a period for the people that are here, you certainly could do that. That's up to you. You just need a suspension of the rules, and then you need to determine what that's going, how long that's going to be, what the parameters of that is going to be.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion, we suspend the rules, allow a 20-minute.
Yep.
Yeah, let's take them up. Let's take them up separately. Any further discussion before we get new motions on the postponement to the quorum court meeting? Mr. Allen, please call a roll on this. This is on the motion to postpone this item until the January quorum court meeting.
Justice Ecke? Yes. Yes. Justice Washington? Yes. Justice Koger? No. Justice Dennis? Yes. Justice Hires? Yes. Justice Rios Stafford? Yes. Justice Lemming? Yes. Justice Pond? Yes. Justice Bruns? No. Justice Wilson? Yes. Justice Massengill? No. Justice Lyons? Yes.
Motion passes.
That motion carries. This item will be postponed until the January quorum court meeting. Justice Massengill?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules and allow a 20-minute public comment period
I have a motion by Justice Massengill
on this issue only.
to suspend the rules and have a 20-minute public comment period with regard to this item. I have a motion by Justice Massengill, second by Justice Dennis. Further discussion on this item to suspend the rules. Justice Lemming?
Is that 20 minutes after Sam talks or during the whole time?
There will be no Sam talk.
No Sam talk, okay, okay. Thank you.
Sam can't talk. No, sorry. I'm getting down.
Justice Dennis?
I think that they had a 30-minute presentation. And so.
We can't do that.
Okay, then I'll ask to suspend.
Guys, I would
the rules
highly
and-
recommend either take up the issue or don't. We're getting really weird here about how much we want somebody to talk, how much we don't. We have solid advice from our counselor here that we should probably do this en masse.
Okay.
Justice Lyons?
Never mind.
Counselor, anything further?
We have a motion.
We have a motion to postpone, or I'm
Or to
sorry, we have a
suspend
motion
20 minutes?
to suspend the rules and have a 20-minute public comment period by Justice Massengill, second by Justice Dennis. Mr. Allen, please call the roll on that.
Justice Ecke? Yes. Justice Washington? Yes. Justice Koger? Yes. Justice Dennis? Yes. Justice Hires? Yes. Justice Rios Stafford? Yes. Justice Lemming? Yes. Justice Pond?
Yes. Justice Bruns? Yes. Justice Wilson? Justice Massengill? Yes. Justice Lyons? Yes.
Pass. Thank you, Dr. Atta. With that, we're going to have a public comment period with regard to the O'Brien Ready Mix CUP appeal. 20 minutes, 3 minutes per individual. Public comments. I'm sorry, Mr. Jaga, will you please hit that button on the bottom? There you go, sir.
Thank you. Steve Zaga, 2377 North Waterway Drive, Fayetteville, Arkansas. I'm an attorney. I represent many of the neighbors and residents. With no disrespect to what y'all just did, and we thank you for that, my folks would much rather, the folks I represent anyway, would much rather present this to you when they can present the whole thing to you. So it's not disrespecting the fact that you gave them public comment time. They would rather talk when they can make their whole case. Thank you.
Public comments?
And I'm John Scott. I represent O'Brien. And just for context, I want to just express my appreciation. This has put me in a very tough bind. Jake Chavis, who filled out the application, he's the owner's representative, he's a civil engineer, and he handled the first hearing before the planning board that was unanimously passed. And I found out this morning about 11:30 when he could finally communicate. I think he's been sick all weekend with the flu. I was in that situation last year. I know you can't even think when you're that sick. So thank you for saving me from having to cover for him. I do appreciate that. And we agree with the process that it really should all be done at one time, and we look forward to presenting our matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comments this evening?
My name's Chris Gadon, and I am a resident of Bob Kidd Lake. I live on the North Shore, and I oppose a concrete plant that's going to put dust. I've got a little sanctuary out there where I've seen as many as 18 eagles. I've watched lots of waterfowl on that lake and fished that lake for the last 10 years, 15 years. Please don't allow us to allow something in our community that would minimize the lake. It's a great resource for Washington County. And I've been a part of inviting veterans that suffer from PTSD and addictions to have spiritual resiliency events out at that lake. It's a sanctuary that we should protect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Further public comments?
T.A. Sampson. I live in Cane Hill, but I go by this location all the time. And it's 2-lane highway, there's no left-hand turn lane, and there's a lot of traffic. There have been a lot of accidents already, and we don't need slow-moving concrete and gravel trucks added to the equation. I took the time, I did not copy and paste. I sent a personal email to every last person here, and only 3 of you bothered to get back to me. So I know somebody said there was a glitch with the email system. I resent all those emails over the weekend and didn't get another response from any of you. So I am very much against this concrete plant. It's not good for the area. It's not good for the environment.
Thank you. Public comments?
Kenneth Lovett, Fayetteville. If y'all uphold the zoning practices that y'all have already set up, people will stop buying this land, and they can go buy what they need to be doing their due diligence, figuring out what they're supposed to be doing. Excuse me, sir?
Mr.
You got
Lovett,
something to say?
you're supposed to address your comments to the chair, Mr. Lovett.
Okay, he said something. Is there something that he needs to tell me?
I'm not sure what he said.
Okay, so you're not listening like normal. Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Are you finished, Mr. Lovett?
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.